All right, and we're in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another installment of the Titanfall 2 Tournament. We're here today with a 4v4 LTS tournament featuring a bunch of old names, a bunch of up-and-coming teams. We've got 6 teams lined up for you, and we're going to be a absolutely wild time. I'm your host today, of course, you know, the classic, the one and only Lethal Force. And we are looking to get things right started and right away. We go tell camp that it is best of 3. Yes. Say we're live. Okay, I don't want to spectate. Alright, we're good. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have on our right, Team Sin City versus the team known as the Fantastic Fourth. So 4v4 LTS, all right, one of my other favorite formats because whatchamacallit, 4v4 is a lot more chaotic. 2v2s, as I've stated before, is like a game of chess. 3v3 is, of course, a nice mix of, what's the word? Nice mix of methodology in terms of tactics, mix of a little bit of chaos because of the third Titan in the mix. As a lot of teams can run a lot of different compositions and flex in different ways. On Crash side, people can flex towards the Scorch. On other maps, they might want a Legion. A North Star for more passive play. But 4s is a lot more of an even spread. Usually 3s maps play out in like a way where one person is left alone and either left in a 1v1, or one person gets 2v1 and another team takes their own 2v1. In this kind of scenario, with all the Titans running around, there's going to be a lot of action happening and a lot of chaos. Of course, the classic map picks and bans are going on right now. Both teams deliberating on where exactly they want to go. And we're going to see where we decide to drop. So coming out the gate, just to announce some of the teams we have going into today's bracket. We have the Team Among Us making their return. We have Crossover, a Pugs team coming out from the recent side of competitive. Bernadette and company making their return, a team called the Leviathan. But instead of having their usual lineup with Person unfortunately couldn't be here, they're instead going to have Nookie and Linus play on the roster. A lot of the 4v4 teams have elected to have 4 people plus 1 sub. And speaking of returning teams, Sin City, of course, making I wouldn't say a comeback. They were absent for a little bit of time, but, you know, they've always been around in the background. Now they decided to resume playing competitive. Of course, the people on Sin City's side was going to be DSO, who's been active both in pubs and competitive. Test 97.3, aka Camparius, one of the old guard of Ronins nowadays. It's kind of wild for me to say that, coming from his days of playing North Star way back when on a console. Now, he's been playing more of the PC side of things, and he's been really making a name for himself. We've seen him just, you know, grand finals multiple times. We've seen him been that guy, sort of, for a bit now. Sally Wally, also, speaking to people from console, has now appeared on the PC side of things. Phenomenal Ion in his own right. Can also play a bunch of Titans. Other Titans, to my knowledge. And finally, rounding out Sin City roster is Boyka. Boyka has been playing... I should say he has been returned to... he has returned to playing LTS competitive, as he took a bit of a break because of the fact that he actually went to go join the military, if I'm not mistaken, from what I heard from camp. And so here we are. So the first map has been Boomtown selected. So we're going to opt to set up the game mode, get things going, as DSO, aka known as Soyboy, is in the bathroom. He will come right back and we'll get things going. Other side of the spectrum, we have a mix of old and new players. We have Audric, one of the old guard from Team Beta sub-roster of Alpha. Audric has a lot of competitive experience. Has been playing the game a bit more recently, but not more of a serious end. More just trying to hear and just enjoy the ride. Other than that, we got Acrox from the old team of Xbox team of Inferno. Way back when. One of the phenomenal Legion players of his time. Also has a PC. Now he's playing this game again. Behemoth, of course, also coming back. New rising talent, we got Overhawk Red. Overhawk's been trying to get better at this game and trying to trying to prove himself lately and trying to get back in terms of actually improving, coming out from the Pugs end of the spectrum. As for the other players, I'm not 100%. I know who Downtown Pound is. He's been, he's a pub turned competitive player, trying to make his way in. And Pine Raven 12, not sure exactly who that is, but we're gonna get started. We have our first game of the 4v4 Last Titan Standing tournament. And it's going to be the Fantastic Fourth versus Sin City.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Now we're going to, of course, the classic map of Boomtown. Boomtown, a map, of course, where everybody knows how to play Boomtown. Everybody's seen Boomtown, and I hope nobody's tired of seeing Boomtown, because Boomtown is a fan favorite. Icarus is going to take his Legion, Pine Raven on the Ion, and Behemoth is going to be taking the Ronin. The left side, Downtown, is going to go to the Rebel side. Behemoth might try to look for this back early. He's actually not going to respect the Cluster Missile. Cluster Missile coming out probably from Boyka playing the North Star. The Tone Mirror coming out on the left side. Boyka is very familiar with this. Opt to take his reload early. He might actually opt to go push downtown right now. No, actually, no, he is. He does walk up. Striking Rockets come out. Striking Rockets kind of find the mark. He can look to break the wall here. He does. But Boyka already ahead in life. He's going to win this 1v1. He has the turbo engine. And looks like Downtown is actually taking a pounding for sure. On the back end, it seems that one Titan has already fallen, as the Ronin Behemoth has health advantage over camp, but it's not going to mean much. Meanwhile, Downtown is going to go down. Sin City still showing their team play skills phenomenally. Camp is eating a ton of damage, but at this point, there's so many Titans available for Sin City. Behemoth all by himself. Sword Corps incoming from camp. 3 members strong. Salvo Corps also in the back, and that's going to be the end of the round. Sin City kind of just ripped into the Fantastic Four.
We are stronger united.
Like I said, the Fantastic Four are a relatively newer team going up against, of course, a team that has a lot of synergy, a lot of practice under their belt. But you can see kind of like the micro decisions that are starting to matter. Especially with the Tone V1 that happened on the left side. Downtown, he failed to find a lock-on. Tried to hit fire a bit too much. Also, Boyka taking the early reload because he understands that he has forward positioning. He would like to fight with the lock-on advantage. Ooh, early shot coming out. Cluster Missile misses the mark. Behemoth's going to get out. He's going to try to get it. He does get it. He does find it. He gets back in. Pine Raven holding mid versus Sally. Good job. And now the Ronin will get the battery uninterrupted. But on the opposite end, Camp more than likely has his battery. Or Camp, yeah, Camp being the Ronin, Camp definitely has the battery as well. Pine Raven and Behemoth kind of just trying to figure out what they want to do. Akira's trying to get shot, but trying not to get shot by the stone. Striking Rockets come out. Striking Rockets seem like they don't find the micro. Meanwhile, Boyka pressing aggressively into Downtown. Downtown getting shot by multiple members. Behemoth is not an irrelevant part of the map. And because of that, Camp will aggress onto the Pine Raven. Pine Raven's in an awkward spot. Pine Raven trying to find this rip onto Sally. Sally will survive. Eject comes out. Sally tries to find a Gooser. Can't find it with the splitter rifle. Sally now stuck in no man's land. He's trying to harass Sally. Sally will go down. Good job from their team to get one. However, on the opposite end, Downtown is traded, and the pilot does fall as well. Aakrux in a bit of a rough spot, stuck behind a North Star, and a Tone, and a Ronin about to come up on him. Behemoth arcs the wall. Power shot onto Tone is good, but the North Star push from behind was actually fantastic. Got a little bit of damage in return as well. However, Sword Core incoming. Ronin still alive. However, their Ronin definitely has taken the disembark, and that's going to be the end of the round. Another win for Sin City, but even though Sin City are winning these rounds, okay, we can see the team starting to pull together from a fantastic fourth. That round was a lot better played for them, but again, the interesting thing is just Behemoth decided to completely disengage out of mid, and sure, he's a healthy Ronin, but Aakrux ate a massive punish. The Ion pushes up all the way, it gets completely isolated, and because the Ion falls in mid and the Ronin's not there to cover that space, they just collapse on the Tone falls, and eventually the other two members are picked off. They need to be even more conscious about how they hold their space. Regardless, though, we're going to see what kind of adjustments are going to be made. Pine Raven on the North Star now. Instead, it's going to be Aakrux on the Ion. I haven't seen much of Aakrux' Ion. He's usually known for the Legion. Early wall, plus at this far back space, isn't really going to do a whole lot with this Tone, I don't think. He's going to have to walk up very awkwardly. You want the opposite end. Pine Raven lost already half his health, and he's run straight first into Camp. Camp isn't going to be able to aggress. He understands where the space needs to be for the Ronin to be able to get stuff done. Face backwards. Camp playing his space really well. Meanwhile, the collapse on this Ion is possible. No, they don't opt to take it instead. Ion had low energy. DSL holding mid with the North Star. Pine Raven really low on health. Aakrux is now seems to be the target. No, nice phenomenal arc wave hitting two members. However, good job from Downtown to save his particle wall, but Downtown is doomed. And Boyka has core. Rockets onto Sally. Can't find the mark. Eject. Two ejects coming out from the team of the fourth. And meanwhile, Aakrux will be the next to fall. Aakrux is down. And now the last member, Behemoth, all by himself. So many cores wrung out at the end there. Behemoth has one pilot and 4 members of Sin City to look down at. Can he make it happen? It's going to be very unlikely. DSO hasn't seen him. One arc wave comes out. Too many misses on the shotgun shots. Not going to find the mark. Can't potentially find a phase rip here. Doesn't find it. Sword Core activated. That's one member. He's still alive. He's surrounded though, however. This is Sally. Unfortunately. Not enough health to make things happen in that regard. Yep. Of course. Hunting the pilot down rather than looking at the Ronin. But Sally Wally establishes that he doesn't need much help and he'll take care of himself. 3-0 coming out for Sin City. One of the things I like to emphasize for myself, especially when playing fighting games, is round starts. The Tone was way too far back for them to get much done. The sonar was excellent. The sonar's pinged more than one member, and actually showed them the pilot on when the battery pull was happening. Unfortunately, the team of the fourth couldn't capitalize on punishing the pull. And the Tone being so far back, not a whole lot was happening there. The damage trades coming out and them all grouping up on the left side allowed Camp to find a multi-man arc wave. But again, this is a game of space. You can kind of see just the push and pull factors of one member not being there and one member being somewhere completely else and not holding a relevant position, and the collapses that leads to. And even though Boyka has had a lot of time away from the game, you can see his playstyle still hasn't changed. He's still trying to heads up, be aggressive. He's trying to hold his advantage, and then go in and capitalize. Meanwhile, even though that is 0-1 for Sin City favor, Still not over. Each game is 2 out of 3 until we get to Grand Finals, which is 3 out of 5. So, with that being said, the 4th will have another chance. And also, since they have the option of a sub, they can opt to rotate people in or rotate people out based on whatever map they want to play. So I'm very interested to see what the change-ups are going to be. Glitch is the selection. I'm very surprised to see Glitch, but also Glitch being one of the more symmetrical maps, and of course the map's completely symmetrical. A symmetrical map, on top of the fact that there is a bunch of mind games on like how you start the round in this map. We've seen people go for high-risk battery pulls on their non-respective sides and go out of that, or just try to go and completely interrupt the other pull as a pilot, for example. So the batteries of Glitch are kind of high-risk, but high-reward, depending on how the teams decide to approach the map. And we're going to start our game 2 right now, immediately into Glitch. For the remaining score right now is 1-0 Sin City. And we're going to see if they can make it 2-0 or will the Fantastic Fourth have something to say. Titans have dropped in, and now here we go. We're going to see what the selections are. Boyka going to be on the Legion. Sally Welly on his trademark Ion. And Camp going to pull the battery. Camp still rocking the Kraber. Nothing has changed. Ooh, he has the phase! Interesting pick from Camp to survive! And on the back end, their pilot dies! Like I said before the Glitch round starts, they're very high risk, high reward, and you get to see it there. Camp with the counterplay on a Behemoth. Camp with the phase to survive. Gravstar's the pilot. His teammate picks it off. What a phenomenal play coming out from Sin City. And that is just going to outright win them the round. Camp has core already. Camp is just waiting for this tether to expire, and he's going to go right in. Smart core has been popped. Smart core can't find the pilot. But regardless, Camp has approached the North Star. He's baited the melee. He gets one swing. The Doom from his Ion in the back. Sally Welly. Apex is the last member standing, and he's going to be the last member to fall, and that's going to be the first round for Sin City. What a phenomenal mind game coming out from Camp. In all my years of watching this game, I don't think I've ever seen a pilot duel play out exactly like that. One of the things that Camp's been doing lately, I should actually mention, is that he's been a bit more innovative with the pilot selection kits. I think he's one of the people who pioneered AWOL pulling. And now you see it here, he's also decided to take the phase for himself to defend himself against the enemy snipe. He's going to go for it again. Grafstars his lane, keeps himself safe. I like this adjustment, actually, and it's really hard to push down that lane, given the fact that there is a Legion watching it. If you want to aggress all in a Boyka, Boyka will do a lot of return damage. So, a very phenomenal play from Sin City. Speaking of Boyka's kits, Boyka has the SWPC. Matter of fact, he's going to find himself a North Star. North Star eaten alive, taking out the game. Sally Welly gets the mid pull. Sin City strolling right in, blocks the power shot coming out, and meanwhile, Sword Core already active. Camp with so much health. Odric is going to take a fall. Odric takes a melee, takes the eject, stalls out for as long as he can. Then it's just 2 members left. Nice shot from Soy. Soy's going to get one shot. He's going to get crushed by 2 members, but he immediately knows to back out. Meanwhile, on the back end, it's going to be the collapse from the other 3 members of Sin City, with Sally Wiley leading the charge. Camp going right in, punching the Ion. Arcs the tripwires, unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter. The back end, Soy Boy landing shot after shot. The Ronin trying to escape. Behemoth trying to get away from 4 members of the enemy team. Very nice blocks, however. He saved himself a lot of health. And he's going to get 1 in Camp, but Behemoth has to be careful as Boyka is now here in the lane. He has the SWPC, so he's going to find Behemoth here and make him take a ton of damage. Behemoth has to be careful. Behemoth does block. It doesn't up to aggress. Probably was out of ammo and out of abilities. Oh, that was a very surprise right there. Oh, he actually could potentially get Boyka here. Oh, he missed. He didn't go for the melee. The power shot actually pings him. Unfortunate. Ladies and gentlemen, close range power shot is a phenomenal ability. One of the abilities of all time, I should say. Did half of your power shot go into the wall? No problem. As long as one pellet hits its full damage. Unfortunate though. Round start, Northstar gets caught out. Northstar gets pulled down. Intensity is going to run the momentum and run the train. And kill all the members of the fourth. And the fourth now have one more round to adjust for themselves. Alright, we camp here. See what kind of battery. See if he gets the battery this time. Looks like he will. No one's going to opt to aggress onto it. Soy Boy on this right side. Hasn't seen a target. We're going to go back towards Sally Wally. Sally Wally holding against the Acrux. Goes for a greedy laser shot. Doesn't get punished though. Unfortunate miss. As Camp now is going to go in. Hits a lot with that arc wave. Even though Behemoth blocked it, that's still multiple members. He's definitely got a lot of core to himself. Meanwhile, on the top end, DSO, Soy Boy, taking shots in mid, standing a bit too far in the open. He's going to eat a lot of damage. Camp, unfortunately, with the miss on the lead wall, doesn't find the Doom. Does get it now with the melee. However, the space control. Look again with the space control. All the members of the enemy team are forced to back up. Meanwhile, on the back end, Boyka is aggressing in with the Legion. He's behind all four people. He got a phenomenal flank. He hit a bunch of people. Surprise, Ronan! There's a Legion behind you. One in the sky, another one dead. All the members fall down from the Fantastic Fourth. And they are going to take a dive into the loser bracket. Sin City will move on. And that is a 2-0 for their favor. Well, alrighty. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go jump right into the next round. And we're going to go straight, keep going with following Sin City. That way we can keep things nice and smooth, as I believe the other team has already started their match. So we're just going to keep going ahead with Sin City. Sin City's next match should be against the team known as Crossover. Crossover consisting of the following players. It's going to be Snow Wars, all caps, no caps, Nightfire, Event Horizon, and the sub known as Hyper Maiden. Of course, right now we're working on getting the lobby set up. And we'll get started with our next match as soon as possible. But how about that? Our first game ended up being a snowball for Sin City, just showing their veterancy over the newer team coming out the gate. Even though they've taken a bit of time off, they haven't lost a beat. Again, team synergy is one of those things you build, and usually it's one of those things that doesn't go away. You've played with somebody for so long, you just understand what they want to do, understand their habits, and then you just capitalize on each other. And that's honestly a really difficult skill to build, is just being able to play with another individual for a long amount of time. Basically because, if one of you doesn't stick around, then, no longer have a teammate. But again, speaking of people who stick around, I'm quite surprised to see how many players we still have entering this game. Like, this game is going to hit 9 years old in a couple of months. And here we are, still playing the same game, the same mode, and it's still amazing. Titanfall 2, definitely one of the greatest games of all time, in my opinion. And the players showing up and still being able to have tournaments is kind of a wild thing to think about. But that's neither here nor there. Right now we're waiting for our next lobby to be set up. And we'll keep things going. I have to let the players know they should invite me, so we're going to get that going. If only Titanfall 2, the one thing I do kind of miss about, older games is being able to just join lobbies, just not have it, be invites and stuff. But I mean, hey, you got to deal with what you're given. And with this game, I don't mind. I guess in this moment I should talk more about the 4v4 format. 4v4, as I said before, they're a lot more chaotic. Not really leaned too much towards passive play. It's more about essentially getting an advantage and trying to capitalize off the advantage. So of course you can lean towards more passive play, but the reason why it's a lot more difficult is because the amount of Titans on the map and a lot of less control that individual players have over the game. And the thing with that aspect, it makes it quite difficult to leverage things like health advantage. Of course, taking up space and maintaining battery control is a bit easier since there is more people. But essentially, playing passive and trying to just maintain your life is going to be overall a more difficult challenge unless you are already a very coordinated team. Which is part of the reason why forwards lean more towards aggression, getting the one pick, and then trying to capitalize and snowball from there. Forwards are a lot more higher powered of a game, which is part of the reason why I say, example, like a Titan like Northstar, who is the queen of passive play, is a lot worse in a 4v4 scenario. She still has impact. Of course, she still has flight core. She's still one of the best Titans in the game. It's just that with the more Titans on the map, the harder it is to find spots to do what she does without getting shot back, on top of do what she does and maintain a ton of impact on the game. However, that one real gunshot can make or break. Absolutely. Any amount of micro can make or break. But again, it's a lot more difficult for her to roam around, be safe, do what she wants to do without getting punished herself. Titans that I think become more popular in fours. I think Tone becomes a lot more popular in fours. We saw a bunch of Tones in our initial game. Tone becomes a lot more popular. I think Legion and Ion maintain their same amount of popularity. In threes, they're both phenomenal and dictate what your team comp wants to do. A Legion, of course, dictates more aggression, and Ion, of course, offers you more control. North Star, of course, more passive play, but the North Star, of course, can deny batteries and be able to influence more of the map. The only characters that I think like aren't as great in fours, I think that actually get worse. I think Monarch's another one that gets worse in fours. Monarch not being able to position very well, not being able to be as slippery as she wants to because there's so many Titans on the map. Very difficult for Monarch to shine. So it doesn't really see too much play in comparison to 2v2s and the occasion, sometimes 3v3s, and even in ones where she does see edge case play. And of course, unfortunately, Scorch, niche pick on some specific maps. We might, if someone opts to pick Crash Site, we're definitely going to see a Scorch pick. And on the niche specific maps that he is played on, he gets a lot done. It's a lot harder to circumvent Scorch's area lockdown because of the amount of people that are in the area. If teams trip on each other and don't evacuate properly, of course Scorch is going to get a ton of damage, build a ton of core, and hit that game-winning flame core. That can happen on maybe a map like Complex, maybe a map like Crash Site. But speaking of the maps, we're going to pick some bans right now. We're going to see where we opt to go to next. Team Crossover will now be the ones taking on Sin City. We have Night Fire RDP, of course, from the Lighthouse days. Shouts to Lighthouse for keeping the lights on while the servers were off. Event Horizon, up-and-coming player, mainly a pub player, now going to be showing off his ways in competitive. Been playing a lot of pugs lately. All caps, no gaps. The Ronin without a mic. Shoutouts to the voice of Caps. If you know that joke, you might have been around for that one time I was there. And Snow Wars. More of a pugs team. Taking on, of course, an older team of Sin City. And they are going to pick Crash Site. I'm so ready for Crash Site. Crash Site is going to be an all-out brawl for the hill. Team Crossover versus Sin City. I can't wait to see how this goes. So, interesting thing about Sin City is that, of course, a bunch of their members play a bunch of Titans. Okay? So, I know Kemp knows how to play Scorch. I know Boyka knows how to play Scorch. Sally might be able to play Scorched. So the question is, who plays Scorch on their team? Who plays Ronin on their team? Because we don't know what we're going to get until we reach the top of that hill. Opposite end, of course, we're going to know Caps is definitely going to take the Ronin for himself. Snow War is going to take the Scorch. Knight, of course, on his patented Legion extended ammo. An Event taking the Ion. Caps going to take up top here. Taking on Camp's Ronin. Camp holding off multiple members. Arc wait for his trouble. Camp just ate a lot of damage, but I don't know if the contain on the Scorch is very good, as he does immediately get to Knight. Meanwhile, Boyka gets the Flame Core. Flame Core for Flame Core. I'm not sure who got more value, but looks like a bunch of members got hit, but it seems like not a whole lot of Titans have dropped. It's only the Scorches that have dropped so far. Pilot for pilot. However, one pilot goes down. The space control is good from Sin City. Caps has gone all the way in towards the Legion. Has the reload. Has to eventually find damage on this Legion. But no, Caps is actually going to opt to face upward. He's going to take a lot of damage. Not be able to deny. Oh, actually, Caps! Ronin goes down. Caps has Sword Core. Caps has to get out. Snow Wars on the back end trying to make what he can do with the pilot. But, however, he has fallen down as well. Caps going to back out for this battery. Event has to be careful. Event might be the target now. Has to be careful of the power shot. Charge rifle shot. The pilots right now for Sin City are doing a ton of work. Caps finds the battery, but he denied his Sword Core to get that. So he's not going to have core for this next engagement. Gets the kill on a Boyka, which is good. But has to be careful of the Legion close range power shot. He can round the corner anytime. Doesn't opt to do it. Seems like they're actually content with playing health advantage, what I think is a fantastic call from Sin City. Sally Welly is doomed on the Legion. Caps will try to aggress up here. No high-risk moves from Sally. That's a long-range power shot. That's one power shot down. Off to take the reload. But look at Soy's health! Soy's very healthy. He tried to find a phase rip. He can't find it. He's all in now. He has to make it. He has to throw the arc waves right now. Oh no, instead he just goes for the but he finds it. I'm so surprised. However, he is the last Titan standing. The other Titan has gone down. The phase! He still has the phase, but he can't survive to get the battery. Huge play coming up from Soy. Finds the damage with his pilot combined. And that's going to be the end of round 1. A wild brawl had ensued. But Sin City has come up on top. First round. Also, just want to point out that this is their bad side. So, will Team Crossover even it up, or are they going to have to win a 3 straight comeback onto their bad side? Want to watch the Titans roll out from Sin City. Cap leading the charge. 2 Ogres line up the back. Team comp for team comp. And it seems that Knight has the power shot glitch. Very nice from Caps. Lined up arc wave. Great melee too. However, has to be careful how much damage he's taking. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, there is so much happening and so much I can't see. Nuka check has been activated. Cap has been ripped. A Nuka check has been activated. 2 Titans down from Sin City. Archer from the back from Snow Wars. Surprised to see an Archer come out. Cap somehow has gotten this battery and is still in the game. Has the sword core. And Arc Wave will seal the deal. And that's going to be 1 round for Team Crossover. I'm not quite sure who on what team took Nukaject, but apparently Nukaject has been played. So this is actually absolutely wild. There is an even game right now, but now it's going to be Team Crossover on the bad side up against Sin City, who now has the top of the hill to themselves. I'm going to go ride with Caps. Caps actually came huge in that fight, getting multi-man arc waves, doing a ton of damage to Sin City. That's 1 shotgun shot down from Camp. But look at the space. The space hold is not very good from his team. Arc wave is good, but he is phased in. He's stuck between all the members. Arc wave to the side. Meanwhile, the Scourge. Oh, nice power shot coming up from Sally. Sally's on the Legion on Sin City. And now it's going to be Boyka going in. He has his core. Flame core! Multiple members immediately demolished all of their health bars. 3 members go down. Boyka has successfully won the round for Sin City. And that's going to be the end of the line. 4 members strong attacking the Nightfire. Nightfire trying to fight for his life. As a matter of fact, he's going to continue to hold strong. But there is nothing else he can really do. Oh my god. Absolutely destroyed. Oh my goodness. As I said earlier before in the analysis, Scorch, if you don't retreat properly or respect Scorch's space, you will hit that game-winning flame core and you will be sent to the next round. 1 more round for Sin City. Snow Wars opts to select the tone. Actually doing a cosplay of me, actually. Don't think I didn't see that. Caps is going to take the top of the hill. He's going to run straight into Camp. Camp has already shot 1. Tone is interesting because Tone on this map I actually don't think is very good, but we're going to find out and see how it makes it work. Arc Wave. He actually ate a lot of fire damage for that. Matter of fact, he ate a power shot. He ate so much health. He ate 90%. Boyka's going to go straight in. Caps is going to go straight in, but Caps is face down between 2 members. He's going to go up early. Huge pick coming out from Sin City. Snow Wars trying to see what he can find with this Tone. Boyka has the Flame Core. Boyka incoming with the Flame Core. Only hits 1 or 2, I think. I think Knight actually avoided it, so Might is still in the game. Boyka still pressing aggressive, though. Great power shot. Yes, he does find the Doom at least, so that is the Doom on 1 member. The problem is that Camp is going to come in here. He's going to have the Sword Core, and Knight and company are going to have to defend against Sin City's assault. Power shot coming up from Sally, leading the charge. Nice grounded power shot. Going to find one. Knight has the Smart Core. Smart Core's been activated. However, the Reflect is going to be kind of strong, and 3 members will storm in the building and take the first game for Sin City. Unfortunately, Caps gets picked off early. The Scorch does get the Flame Core that time around, but Boyka hit 1, but good evading from the team crossover. They mitigated the Flame Core well. Knight tries to find a counterpunch back into the game. Does find one member, hits a great power shot onto Sally, has to make Sally back off. But the position they're in, of course, is just unwinnable from that spot. Not a whole lot they can do to contest Camp's Ronin. Camp has way too much health. He has a Sword Core, end of the line already. And even then, there's just no way to get out of that ship. Once you're in there, you're essentially just stuck with both the entire team just barreling down both sides into their room. However, that is game 1. Okay. Still a 2 out of 3. We've seen Knight's team do incredible things and upset things in bracket. So they're not out of it. And they can still make it happen. After this, coming up, we're going to have our winners finals, depending on whoever wins this set. We'll see which team reach that point. Yep, it's still the opposite team's pick. And we're going to see where we go again. Ooh. They have opted to select Dry Dock. Dry Dock before, of course, in map on 2s where I've said there's multiple different openings, multiple ways to play the map. In 4s, it's a lot more complicated. Pushing mid is, as I've said before in Dry Dock numerous times, getting into mid, that's the easy part. Getting out of mid is the hard part. According to offense, of course, can make it through mid, but the thing is that with the 4th Titan being there, it's such a hard barrel through unless all 4 of your members are on the same page. We've seen it happen in the 3v3 tournament with the Leviathan team of Person, Bernadette, and 360 when they took on members only, in which they've all decided to push and take the fight to them. But in a 4v4 scenario, it's a hard task. Alright, seems Camp needs to do something for 1 second. Then we're going to go straight back into our winter semis. Right now the score is 1-0 Sin City. Sin City been on a tear. They haven't dropped a round yet. Actually, no, they've dropped 1 round on that crash site game via the good side. That the team crossover had. So crossover showing that Sin City can bleed. But it's more just, can they make the statement that they can win? Again, Knight's team is not, don't count them out. They've made upsets before. They upsetted, I believe, Team Leviathan last time and actually got themselves 2nd place in one of the recent tournaments. So now we're going to see if they can push the envelope again against another opponent of Sin City. 10 seconds remain, and now the game will get started. Dry Dock. Is the call from Team Crossover. On Dry Dock, as I stated before, just pushing out of mid is going to be so much more difficult with that 4th Titan in the mix. But I'm also interested to see what kind of Titan selections are going to happen. Maybe a North Star, maybe a Scorch. And here we are. Soyboy playing the North Star. Going to take up this left side. Dash peek. Fights Knight. Knight looks like he's blocked it. Yep, the gun shield will save the day. Meanwhile, on the front end, Sally will take the fight versus multiple members in mid. Snow Wars takes a decent amount of damage. So many arc waves. Ooh, that arc wave tripwire is going to hurt Sally. Sally already down house. Sally almost doomed. Sally could potentially be the target here as he's running out of energy. Caps can't seem to find it. However, Camp does secure the battery. Meanwhile, on the opposite, Toyboy taking the 1v1 versus Knight. Well, Camp is in the mix. Cap, however, has taken so much damage. However, has the sword core. Knight is now the target. Knight boxing Camp for his life. Trying to find the melees, but he can't seem to find too much of them. Knight trying to find a power shot. Knight will go down with the ship. And Camp will get 2 members. And meanwhile, third one falls for team crossover. Boyka looking very healthy. Sally trying to find the mark with the charge rifle. The North Star has retreated for now, but she's going to come face to face with a bunch of different people. Nice power shot through mid. Oh my goodness. Every angle locked down for this battery. Camp on one side. Sally with the charge rifle on the other. And in the middle end, Boyka with the power shot. Cap's expressing his personal opinion that this is the worst side in the entire rotation in his own opinion. Even though the fact that Crash Side exists, but you know, or an EXO exists, but you know, what do I know? I'm just the commentator. Former player. Meanwhile, we're jumping right back in. 1-0 the score being Sin City. Talywale going to take up this mid side. Again, Talywale could potentially be in the target there, but they opt to be a little bit slow on the push, and they don't opt to capitalize, letting Sin City go right in. Vortex for Camp's Ronin is good, and Camp will get the battery once again. We're going to ride with Camp and see what kind of aggression he likes to pull off here. Opposite base some cooldowns and uses E-Smoke to buy himself a little bit of space. Doesn't opt to full aggro in. Matter of fact, he gets I think a 2 or 3 man arc wave with that one. It's going to be Knight who's pretty low. Camp is taking a lot of damage for his troubles. Opts to shoot all 4 bullets. He gets doomed. Can't die. No, Sword Core in. Sword Core pop. They get Knight, it looks like. They're going to look for this North Star potentially. No, not under the North Star. Camp going in with the Sword Core. Meanwhile, opposite him, Boyka trying to find multiple members at the same time. Camp will get ripped, but Soyboy will be able to pick that up. No problem. Talywale fighting a bunch of pilots. Nightfire trying to do his best. I think that's a Cold War, interestingly enough. Caps tried to find the rep on a 1. Couldn't seem to find it. Power shot comes out from Boyka. Boyka tries to see if he can make the melee. He does, but he misses the first melee. Caps doesn't swing immediately. And because of that, Caps will get ripped. That's going to be the end of that Ronin. But meanwhile, there's still one more member left. Soyboy seems to have spotted him. It's a Vent who's the Ion. Ion left all by himself. Smart Core plus a North Star. That's going to be a goodbye, Ion. Ion will be thrown out of the game. 2-0 for Sin City. Now, sides have been swapped. Caps will now get a side that he prefers. And we'll see if that helps him. But you can kind of see it, even though the Sin City are playing aggro into the opposing team side, you can see how much damage Camp is taking. Like, he essentially lost a ton of his... He lost all his shields, almost got doomed just from blocking all the members and trying to tank for his team to get in. Which, don't get me wrong, his team does capitalize on, but if Camp dies super early in that engagement, that could easily go downhill and Caps just wins the other way around. Early North Star railgun shot, does find the mark. Meanwhile, it's going to be Camp going all the way in, trying to cause as much havoc as possible. Scorch comes out, fire all over the ground. Snow Wars, however, actually I think took more damage than Camp did, and Camp actually does make it out. Boyka with the Scorch as well. Boyka in the thick of things. They don't see him just yet. Boyka optimizing his reload cancels, trying to see if he can get out without getting doomed and dead. No, he actually does die. On the opposite, Camp does pull the battery, trying to make it whatever he can for his team. Sally does have the core. Sally could look to make the aggressive laser core. Oh, 1 member goes down. That's our huge reverse pick. Coming out for Sin City. Sin City finds a multi-man arc wave. Laser core for laser core. Rip incoming from Camp. Sally continues to live. Sally is not even going to eject. Sally's just going to keep holding his position with the Ion. Camp has a sword core. Camp looking for an opportunity to pop it, but smart core comes out. Sadly, has to take an eject. Sword core incoming on a knight. Oh, not a two-man melee. Thankfully, good phase coming out from Caps. However, DSO Soy Boy coming in with the North Star railgun shots. Super clutch. Getting the kill on the one. And now the last member standing. Caps. Not enough to make it happen. And that's going to be another 3-0 from Sin City. They'll be going to the winners finals. And we will check and see who they have to play in next. Double check and see where see we're at in the bracket real quick. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go check and see where we're at in the bracket. I'm pretty sure the other team should have been playing their match already. Leviathan versus a team whose name I can't read because they have a bunch of animal symbols, so I have no idea what that is. I'm just going to call them the Eagles because there's an eagle emoji. And celebration of course, 4th of July. I have no idea if they are finished with their match yet. Or if we're just going to wait and see. Regardless, Sin City will advance towards the winners finals, and they will sit comfortably, knowing that they will get a minimum of 3rd place. Kind of wondering what's going on in the other side of the bracket, because I'm pretty sure that that match should have started already. Alright, so update on everybody on what's going on. Right now, I believe Leviathan is playing against their semi-match against the Eagles, which I don't think is over yet. And once that's over, we're going to get the winners finals going on. Camp, why are you in the stream chat? Waiting on a whole other set? Yeah, the classic, you know what I mean? Yeah, we have a little bit of intermission. So if you need to hydrate right now, highly recommend getting some water. Getting some lemonade. You know, we're having a nice summer heat at the moment. At least depending on where you live. Right now, we're going to have to take our time. Wait a second. Wait, what am I happy with? What, waiting on a whole other set? No. Alright. I got things I want to do. But you know, here I am, being the commentator, being the entertainer. Yeah, no members only, unfortunately, today. Don't worry, I should go. Camp, please don't go 9 rounds. I'm trying to I'm trying to play Mecha Break after this. I'm trying to like live and enjoy life. Please. All the games are best of 3 until Grand Finals. Grand Finals is best of 5. Yeah, so everything else is best of 3. So of course, I'll say it again when we get to Winners Finals. We're waiting on another set to finish up. When we get to Winners Finals, Winners Finals best of 3. Grand Finals is best of 5. Alright, God says barrels. Okay, I'm banning Dry Dock. I can do that. I'm admin. Alright, there's the invite. We are getting into the lobby, and we'll go back towards commentary. Thankfully, we don't have to wait too long. Oh, you guys are in the middle of a set? Okay, alright. So, update me. What's the score real quick? Let me know. This is game 2. You guys won map 1? Alright, bet. Okay, cool. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, to inform everybody what's going on. Right now, both teams are deliberating on what map they want to play. This is our other side of Winter Semis. This is game 2. Score right now being 1-0 Leviathan. Leviathan consisting of Gambare, aka Bernadette, Old Batch 360, Linus, and Benefly, aka Nookie. Nookie subbing for this team, actually, interestingly enough. And unlikely happening, but, you know, here we are. Sometimes teams, you know, players spread out and whatnot. Of course, members only weren't able to fully make it to the bracket today, which they weren't signed up for it or anything. It's more just they just aren't here, so that's okay. But one of the members technically is here. And the fact of Nookie Clunk, you know, representing his teammates Benefly's name. Opposite side, we have another Pugs team. Okay? I have no idea how to read their name, so I'm just going to call them the Eagles. The Eagles are consisting of Funbus, a long-time Entangled Energy Ion main. Dox Ghost, another up-and-coming player from the Pug side of the community. Star Jumbo Fish, and Extra. Okay? Star Jumbo, I feel like, is a player who has the potential to be good. He just has to figure it out and essentially assert himself as being a very good player. He has some mishaps. He has some times where he trips over himself, but I think he has the potential to be a good player. As for Extra, Extra has been trying to make a name for himself recently, trying to be more active in Pugs, trying to be more active in playing the game. Again, formerly a Pug player, now turned into more of a competitive player. The opposite end of the spectrum, of course, we have people who need no introduction. Bernadette, a long-time Xbox player, now PC player, and has been playing the game pretty much on all fronts. Linus, trying to up and coming. I believe now he's their team Ronin. Okay? Nookie Clunk, of course, needs no introduction. Members only, Tone and Ion specifically. Probably going to end up sticking on the Tone, as our game 2 is going to go straight to Dry Dock. And finally, of course, 360, one of the greats, honestly, in my honest opinion, mechanically insane, is playing mostly the North Star and the Legion. Honestly, one of the best mechanical players for Titanfall 2, period, in my opinion. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, just up to you once again. It is Winners Semis. Score right now is 1-0 for Team Leviathan, which is Old Batch 360's team, which we are spectating. If they win this map, they will go straight to Winners Finals and fight against Sin City, or will the Eagles have something to say? It's going to be Nookie Clunk on the Tone. Nookie Clunk going to take the right side, and meanwhile, Linus is going to be the Ronin. Linus going to take up mid. And he's going to spot all, I believe, 4 members. Ooh, I think that... Ooh, 2 power shots to your name. Watch out, Burn. Burn not holding shield long enough. But on the opposite end, Star does get punished pretty hard. Bernadette has to watch his health. He is probably the target. Funbus actually rocking the Legion. Burn actually opts to disengage. Meanwhile, Dox is getting caught out by Nuki's tone. He finds the shot. Tracking rockets. Oh, but Nuki's now the target. Nuki's too far up. Funbus trying to run up onto Nuki, but he's going to eat some damage for it. Opts to throw the gun shield, but nice disengage by Nuki. Holds his wall for as long as possible and tries to hold his position. Meanwhile, Sorko comes out. Star tries to find the Doom on a burn, but can't find it. 360 now is the one with the Smart Core. Extra. Nice block from Extra. Extra going to buy himself a lot of time. Matter of fact, he's going to get the Doom onto 360. 360 tries to get the power shot off, but actually he ends up dying. That's a huge pick coming out. Linus is going to be the last one to fall, and Linus will fall down. That's going to be one round for the Eagles. Oof. I won't be honest, that was actually well played from the Eagle side of things. Getting a lot of early damage on a Bernadette, not holding his Vortex long enough, and Bernadette also not finding damage for himself. Only 2k coming out from an Ion on this map is very low damage. On the opposite end, the collapse on Anuki for pushing all the way up onto the North Star. A bit arrogant. He probably did that because he felt like he could just kill the North Star outright. But Funbus was there on the rotation, ended up forcing him back out. Because of that, a lot of awkward things end up happening. Nuki's going to take another 1v1 versus this North Star. He's going to find the ping at some point. No, so the North Star's going to play a little patient. And it's going to be the mid pull actually gets Goose. Star actually dies out the gate. I just realized. And now the aggression into mid comes out. But they have to be careful of this Legion. Great Vortex coming out from Bernadette. And Bernadette trying to keep Funbus at bay. And Bernadette will continue to do that. And on the back end, the Auto Titan gets ripped. Linus will go and follow up with his teammate. Linus going on an extra. Oh, have to be very careful of this tripwire. That tripwire could have dealt massive damage to him and Burn. Gets the Doom. However, on the opposite end, Funbus is now the target. Funbus getting Smart Core. Funbus is going to eventually have to take the eject. Funbus will die, and on the back end, the North Star will also die. Nuki will win his 1v1. And that's going to be one round coming out from Leviathan. Leviathan just take the heads up chaos fight in mid instead of trying to play positional and trying to be careful instead of just seizing the battery. And sure enough, they get the Goose. We saw that similar situation against members only in the last event where they all into Benny's pull and Benny died and they won the round. But instead of Bernadette being the Ronin, it's going to be Linus doing it. Thankfully, his team followed up. They followed the call. Rounds won. Sidra swap now. We're going to see Nuki take up this left side position. This left side for Tone is actually pretty nice. Cluster also on the battery early. North Star coming out from the opposite team. Going to be a Vortex coming out from Bernadette. Going to lock on that space. Linus going to get the battery, no problem. The opposite end. Nuki trying to evade multiple members. He has a Legion and an Ion looking at him. Great long range primer to Crown Bust. Nice splash damage. Going to get him full damage. Opposite end. It's going to be Nuki pushing out multiple members with his teammate. And meanwhile, this fight in mid, because of all the teammate push out, this fight in mid is actually relatively free. 360 taking a quick reload. Extra has dashed in. Extra is potentially going to die here, provided he doesn't block correctly. Extra, it will go down. Bernadette finds the rip one of that. Gets the kill for one. Rockets come out onto the North Star. Meanwhile, opposite end, Burn still leading the charge. Burn trying to go for all in for a rip. Funbus with the Smart Core. Funbus is going to die. The Ronin will fall shortly after. Actually, no, it's going to be the opposite team who gets the kill. Flight Core comes out. But even though Flight Core comes out, the charge rifles rain down onto the North Star, and North Star will be taken out of the game. It was a little bit messy, but Team Leviathan does take the lead in the set 2-1 right now. They need one more round in order to advance towards the winners finals. But the Eagles are not out of it yet. They only need to find a little bit more of a slip up. They've been able to make these rounds very competitive, but it's just a little bit more in the favor of Team Leviathan. Linus is going to look for the pull here. Power shot comes out. Very nice discipline from Linus, not opting to just pull the battery immediately. But the opposite outside, Nuki is just harassing this left side, daring someone to come up. But because Nuki is there, they opt to all in, take the fight in mid, and the Scorch is here. Nice escape from Burn. Burn actually gets out. He gets a huge tripwire. He gets the laser core up. Laser core on multiple members. Can't find a kill on the one. However, he does find multiple kills. And now on top of that, Burn will also take the last one. A huge far cry from his first round. And that's going to be 3-1 for Team Leviathan. They will win and advance to winners finals. Remember when Burn had 2,000 damage? Now he's here with 47k damage. And they will advance onward. The Scorch play unfortunately didn't work out. Bernadette actually able to dash through all the members of the Eagles and make his way through the other side, laser cores multiple people in the back, lands a huge tripwire, gets his core almost immediately, and turns the table for that round for his team. On the opposite end, of course, Nuki on the far right side, nobody opted to contest him, so he just got free shots of free positioning. Usually what ends up happening, at least should happen, is at least when I try to do that on the old days of beta, is that beta would eventually catch on and be like, okay, we're going to go send our Ronin over there and you are going to die unless you evade damage correctly, and then you waste the Ronin time and your teammates win mid, which is kind of difficult ask because of the fact that there is a Scorch coming up the mid lane, so being aggressive is not likely. But you know, that's a completely different scenario. We are not here. We are not there. We are instead here. So now it's winners finals. Sin City, who's been an absolute tear. Leviathans, who have looked a little shaky, but you know, they have come to play. So now I'm interested to see who will go towards the grand finals. Also, if you're in the stream, if you are in losers, do play your matches so we can keep the bracket going a little bit smoother. That way, you know, of course, we can keep things moving along smoother. We'll catch up in either loser semis or losers finals, one of the two. Alright, and now we wait for invitation to our next lobby. And we'll keep things going. Yes, I'm sticking around for winners finals. Okay, we're gonna run winners finals first, and then we'll reconvene at loser semis / finals, one of the two, depending how far the bracket is. All right, it's all good. So now we're here. Our winners finals is going to be Sin City versus Leviathan. Members only here in spirit. S Gamer, I assume the sub for Sin City, has made an appearance and now can fill a spot on the roster. And S Gamer potentially going to be up against his teammate Nookie Clonk. Members only in spirit, as I've said, they are here, and I'm kind of interested to see. Oh, Diastos is up. I see. No, I haven't filled in. So S-Gamer are actually going to be part of the main roster for Sin City. So I'm interested to see. What is going to happen here? I wonder who is going to advance all the way to our grand finals. Friendly reminder, of course, winners finals is 2 out of 3. Only grand finals is 3 out of 5. I know I sound like a broken record. I've said these things literally for years now. But I always got to remind people who are in the audience. Let's talk about the teams real quick. We've got, of course, Sin City, long-standing Xbox team. Actually, come to think about it, this is a console v console grand finals in a sense. Sin City, mainly from Xbox, S-Gamer being from the PlayStation side of things, if I'm not mistaken. On the opposite side, of course, 360 and Bernadette from Xbox. Noogie, I think, relatively on the PC side along with Linus. So we got a lot of console players in making our winners finals today. Regardless of those of you in the stream chat, while we're taking our time to deliberate map picks and bans, as we always do. Who do y'all like? What do you guys want to see go to Grands? Do you guys want the Sin City, or you guys want the Leviathans? Because I feel like we're going to have a really good set of Titanfall coming up. These teams, of course, no stranger to playing each other. They've been playing this game for God knows how long. Rifle says, Sin City goes to Grands, but Burn winning will be cool. That's true. Come to think of it, I'm not sure if Bernadette has won a tournament yet. I know 360 has won a tournament under his belt. Yeah. And speaking of winning tournaments, he won a Leviathan League one? I don't know, has he won a TVT one? I don't think so, right? And then I also kind of wonder, has Camp won a tournament yet? I don't remember. It's been a bit. I know he's gotten second place a ton recently, but I don't think unless it was. I don't think. Yeah, no, I think he lost to his teammates before, way back on Xbox. Damn! Look at all the people with TVT wins. Yo, me too. But that's not important. We're trying to talk about right here, right now. Speaking of right here, right now, we're gonna get our game started right now. First game of winners finals going to be on Dry Dock. I'm gonna be fully honest with the audience right now. I genuinely have no idea how this game is going to play out. Both these teams have played for a long time. Both these teams are stacked with phenomenal players. There's a whole lot that can happen. And I am as ecstatic as you are as we get started with the first round of our winners finals, Sin City versus Leviathan. Boyka on the tail. Boyka versus Nuki Clunk is going to be phenomenal. Boyka actually is going to take up mid. Camp and company going into mid, getting the arc wave on a burn. Burn has to be careful because he has been getting punished pretty hard lately for trying to shoot his splitter. But we're going to take up the left side. This is the classic. They don't know yet. And he is behind multiple members. He has been seen by Nuki, trying to punch the Ion away. I'm surprised Burn has rotated over. Because of that, that's going to create a gap for S-Gamer and company to take mid, and that battery is going to be taken. Boyka has been full collapse down. Boyka is all the way in. Boyka has just taken the eject. I understood that his Titan is dead. Meanwhile, Arkwave comes out in the mid, and the push on Sin City is going to be all the way in. Unfortunately, the power shot is not going to find a mark. Meanwhile, Camp versus Linus. Linus will come out on top, and the aggression from Sin City so far seems to have fallen apart. Sally Raleigh will die, and that's going to be one round for the team of the Leviathan. Remember what I said the last round of the previous set, how the collapse onto the tone usually is something that happens with usually the Ronin, not the but not with the Ion. But they get the collapse on a Boyka. Boyka doesn't opt to back up. Boyka tries to go in further. And even though they try to aggress in the mid, the arc waves, I believe, coming out from Linus have slowed down multiple members. A bunch of members get stuck on each other trying to push down a hallway. And the hold was long enough for the Leviathan to find their footing, get the kill on a Boyka, and rotate back into mid. Swordcore comes out from Linus. Swordcore finds a little bit more value at the camp. And because of that, the game swings Leviathan's way. Meanwhile, this mid action, trying to position for this battery. Camp tries to go in. Throw some E-smoke down. Blind power shot comes out from 360. Hits S-Gamer in the face. Boyka trying to take the heads-up fight versus Nuki. This is going to be an interesting one. I wonder how this one's going to turn out. But we're going to go swing back to mid, see how a bunch of members fighting. And it's going to be Camp has claimed the battery. Only one from the Tones. Nuki versus Boyka. Boyka has to take a reload. Tracking rockets to the face for tracking rocket exchange. Nuki's gonna get another set of lock-ons. He's gonna find the Doom on the Boyka, but Boyka is gonna have the height over Nuki. Oh, he shot those too early! Nuki will win the 1v1 over Boyka! Huge play coming up from Nuki. Nuki absolutely outplaying Boyka in that last second instance. Sally has a ton of health over Linus. Salvacore comes out. Salvacore, I don't know if Salvacore found full damage. Salvacore didn't find full damage onto the Ion, but I don't think it found enough the value that the team Leviathan was looking for. Camp trying to find this pilot. Can't seem to find it. It's going to be 360 and Burn playing pilot. Linus is a Doom bar. Linus has been seen by the Ion. He has to be careful how much chip damage he takes. Ooh, great shot from Sally. Gonna get one. The other pilot trying to recruit away from Camp. Camp will be able to seal this mid battery for free. Unless Burnout turns around and looks for the charge rifle shot. No, he doesn't. He's not going to get the Doom. And because of that, that should be the end of the round. Linus, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The end of the Ronin. And another round coming up for Sin City. Boyka tried to take the heads-up fight versus Nuki. Nuki comes out on top, and Nuki's Salvacore unfortunately doesn't find as much value as he wants it to. If that actually hit the Ion rather than just hitting the Vortex Shield, we would have been looking at a very different game. Linus could have potentially made that comeback. Instead, he has to deal with Sally having a ton of health. Doesn't want to engage with the Swordcore since he's the last Titan standing. And the pilots aren't enough to leverage the comeback for Team Leviathan. Meanwhile, Boyka playing the Scorch. We're actually going to follow him this time around. If the team of Leviathan opts to try to pull, they're going to be met for a Grim Awakening. Scorch is hidden. No one's been seen. Scorch comes in. Ooh, huge long-range power shot. Scorch has been called out more than likely, and the distant gate should be relatively safe coming out from the enemy team. But one Doom already coming out from this team of Sin City. They eat a ton of damage on the way in, so the spread damage is a lot stronger, but they're going to get the battery. 4 members strong in mid, by the way. Now the question is, can they actually find their way out of mid? 360 has core. 360 might potentially look to pop the smart core here, just so he can rain down bullets down this hallway. Camp has the core. 1 member goes up, however. We're taking the reload. There's going to take a second to regroup and recuperate. 360 is on Camp's back. Tries to find a melee. Does get 360, but actually almost dies for his trouble. Camp will take an eject. And now this slow game. I like Leviathan in the slow game. Lasercore has been popped, and it looks like another member has fallen down. Sally and Boyka are the last two Titans standing. Boyka's trying to wait. He's trying to fiend. He's trying to see if he can line up a cheeky flame core for himself. Oh, but look at all the health that the enemy members have. He tries to flame core, but on the top of the box does Burn go? And completely avoids the flame core. As I stated before, stated again, you saw it right there and there. Getting into mid is the easy part. Getting out of mid is the hard part. They found a dupe early on one of the members from Leviathan, but even though they found the dupe early, they took a ton of damage, and by them taking all their damage on the way in, they secure the battery and they try to make their push further forward, but they don't have the health, they don't have the resources, and they can't continue to capitalize on aggression. This eventually leads to a control game, which Leviathan is honestly kind of favored in a control aspect. Meanwhile, the classic round start opener, the Ions trying to fight for space and trying to deny each other this battery for their Ronin. Burn taking a little bit more damage than I think he would like. Meanwhile, Camp also ate a bunch of damage through block. The Legion firepower coming out, being shown. Nuki here in mid, actually getting multi-man lock-ons, trying to harass the best he can. The arc waves aren't in play because of that. The battery will be claimed, but I think the Linus actually took a bit of damage for that, so not entirely free for himself. All four members fighting this mid side. Boyka might look for this right side battery. No, instead opts to just check it. Ping comes out. Three members pinged. Ooh, huge tripwire hit. Ooh, great power shot coming off the 360. That's going to be another good amount of chunk of health gone. Look at it. The tone walls are both being pushed down. However, the arc wave for the tone wall. Very nice cooldown management from Linus, but you can see a lot of members are hurt. Linus has a lot of health over Camp. Linus could be the deciding factor depending on what he decides to do. Great long range power shot. Almost doomed on Camp. Camp survives. S-Gamer has the smart core. He could potentially look for a play, and he is. He's looking for aggression. Meanwhile, it buys Camp time to go get the battery on the right side. Laser Core comes out. Laser Core cannot find the Doom on a 1. That might be a huge misplay coming up with Laser Core. Ooh, nice block from Linus last second. Recognizes the Legion is in the window. Because of that, Linus actually throws another arc wave towards multiple members, but can't seem to find it. 360 is doomed. 360 going to go have to take an eject here. Two members go up from Leviathan. Leviathan still has pilots. Raining down all over the place among the members of Sin City. Mid is incoming. Sally has laser core. Sally gonna go all the way in. Dragon Rockets can't find the kill, but regardless, Sally has to take an eject on the opposite end. Boyka, Salvo Core, and is gonna get taken down by Nuki Club. Nuki Club coming up huge for his team. Sally harassing with the charge rifle as much as possible. It's just Camp all by himself. Camp trying to see if he can find this pilot. Can't find the pilot. It's gonna be Sally and Camp against the two Atlases. Trying to find a shot, couldn't find it. A preemptive arc wave. He might need that later, actually. I like the pilot shots to try and trip down the shields, and that's his pilot gone. He gets a Doom on a 1, but even then, it's not enough. The tripwires detonate, unfortunately, a little too late on his offense. Camp will fall down and die. And that's going to be one game for Team Leviathan. Whew. An absolutely wild game of Dry Dock. Both teams just opting to just fight out mid. Nobody wants to pull the side batteries. No one wants to take any extra risk. Everyone's trying to play their life. Everyone's trying to essentially get an advantage and try to finish the game outright. But Sin City opted to take more of a brawl approach to the game. We see that worked out for them I believe the first round, where they were able to just brawl and continue brawling, and essentially they won out. Whereas Leviathan, where if they're allowed to take a control stance and allow the game to basically play out a lot longer, will long term be in their favor. Their control is a lot stronger, I feel like. And on top of that, the other thing that helps them is the Nukiko playing the Pulse Echo tone. The more reps of Pulse Echo he gets, the more value he's going to get over time, over Boyka especially. Boyka has the Rocket Barrage kit, which of course gives Tone more upfront damage. But if Nuki is allowed to exist, then he will essentially win out long term. .360 also landing a clutch power shot in the middle of that last round where he was able to hit, I believe, the enemy team's Ion. If that power shot was caught and thrown back, and in a very different game. But absolutely wild dry dot game. Holy my goodness. And now both teams, of course, they're going to take a second, they're going to the bathroom, reconvene, figure out where they want to go next. And we will continue with our bracket shortly. Now, of course, winners finals. 2 out of 3. That means that one game has already gone to the Leviathan. Okay? Leviathan sit comfortably. They have a 1-0 lead. But they've got to finish it out. Sin City is no slouch. They are definitely one of the favorites to win this event. But they've got to make it happen. But even then, that was an absolutely wild game. I kind of wonder where we're going to go next. I wonder what the next map might be. We've seen Sin City, I believe, against Crossover, the Optimus Crash site. Decided to take the outright brawl. I was on chat says that he thinks that we'll go to Angel City. It's very possible we go to Angel City, but I think in terms of pilots, that would probably favor Leviathan, mainly because of the fact that they have Nookie and the fact that they have more seasoned pilot players than Sin City does. But Sin City, of course, has S-Gamer. S-Gamer, phenomenal pilot in his own right. But, Sin City also takes the bit more unconventional stuff rather than the, normal stuff. Alright, so they're waiting for Nookie. Nookie will come back slowly but surely. Is that an admission of alcohol? No, he said, no, they're talking about water. He says he drinks water like it's alcohol. You know what I mean? So he means he drinks 10 bottles of water a day, That's, pretty sure that's too much water, but, at least my man's hydrated. Of water intoxication. There you go. Thank you, 180. See, this is why I have 180 in the MISM, in the Twitch chat. He's here to educate everybody else on things that are kind of over my head. I just work here. I don't even work here. I just commentate Titanfall 2. No, he says he drinks it like. That doesn't mean he actually does. You know what I mean? It's a simile. Low-key thought that was M Wild. Alright, hold on now. Alright, back to business. They have opted to ban Crash Site and Glitch. They were like, we don't want to deal with Camp on Glitch. We don't want to coin flip batteries. We don't want none of that. Okay? We saw that initial set early where Camp took phase and pulled out a grab star. We don't want any of that to happen to us. Okay? They're also banning Crash Site, which I think is a fantastic ban because, like I said before, Sin City likes to brawl. Okay? And if you take away the brawl map for them, they have to go somewhere else. So I'm kind of interested to see what the map pick will be from Sin City. They've got a bunch of options open to them. So I'm kind of interested. I'm figure they might want to go to a more CQC map. Actually, they went to Boomtown. Never mind. I was going to say they probably want to go to a more CQC focused map like the Exoplanet. Potential. I was actually going to bring up potentially Boomtown because everyone knows how to play it. But, they actually will bring out the Boomtown. And we're going to go to game 2 for our boot. Actually, I think this is actually a really good play from Sin City. Allowing Camp to be able to potentially rotate around Linus. Camp having more experience on the Ronin than Linus. as well as this kind of gives a leg up to Boyko. Boyko is phenomenal and is super sound at the Rebel 1v1 in for the tournament specifically. So I would like to see if that's the course of action. Maybe rotate DSO for the North Star, but also 360 is probably also going to take the North Star. There's so many things that can happen in this game that as much as I want to run analytics, I don't have the time for that. We're going to get started straight into it. Game 2 of Winners Finals. 2 out of 3. 1-0 is the score. And it's going to be Leviathan having the lead right now. Linus on the Ronin. Nuki on the Tone. 360 on the North Star. And, of course, Burnout on the Ion. We're going to see what the picks are from Sin City. 360 couldn't find the pull. I have to find where the Ronin was. It seems that both Titans have gotten their battery. And it's going to be Nuki taking a little bit of early damage onto Boyka. Forcing Boyka away. Going to rotate back around. Try to find it without firing the sonar pulse, but he will get a lock for himself. Meanwhile, the opposite end, Linus has taken the fight on a Camp, and meanwhile, the team collapsed on the Camp, and Camp being the target. Camp is doomed. Sword Core has been activated. Linus going all the way in. Linus to watch his health bar though. Linus needs to start blocking and back out for his life. They try to find a pick. On opposite end, however, the brawl is kind of not going the Leviathan's favor as the reverse end is going to go all the way in. Linus tries to find a kill, but however, Burn will be the one to die, and Burn will cause his Ronin to die as well. Salvacore is still in the air. Salvacore might be able to find the mark from here. Doom for Doom are both the tones. But it's going to be Nuki that's still in play. Meanwhile, Gamer has found 360. 360 is taking a ton of damage, but 360 is not doomed yet. Nuki. Oh, he tried to find a kill onto Camp. No, the melee didn't come out. Camp is somehow still alive. Camp has killed Nuki in a pilot 1v1. I never thought I'd believe I'd see my eyes. But Nuki didn't get the load on the melee. And because of that, Nuki's going to die. And now it's 360 in a 1v3 straight up by himself. One Titan will go down, which is good for him. Flight Core has been activated. Flight Core onto the Legion. Gamer will find a return power shot. Gamer couldn't find a second one. No, Flight Core is not enough damage to kill the Ion. And that's going to be the end of round 1. So close. Unbelievably close. Holy my goodness.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
So many things in that round. Have they unfolded just slightly differently, we would be looking at a completely different game. The brawl early on in the Camp, very good stuff from Team Leviathan. They don't get the kill, however, and they stick around just a little bit too long, and the return damage onto Linus is huge, allowing the team of Sin City to counterpunch back into the fray. Boyka loses the 1v1 to Nuki. Nuki tries to find a kill on the Camp. Nuki can't find a kill on the Camp, and 360's then left in a 1v3, which he almost clutches out regardless, even though Nuki dies. AWOL pull coming out from Linus. Linus will get the battery, and Linus will be back safe and sound. However, now we have a lot of members on this right side. Sonar Pulse has pinged multiple members. Nuki try to see what he can find in terms of that end. But it's going to be Boyka on this side. Oh, unfortunate miss coming out from 360 as the target seemed to be focused on this right side. Close range power shot coming out from the Legion. Gonna force the Linus to be up here. Opposite melee. Have to be careful. These tripwires are gonna hurt for sure. That E-smoke is gonna hurt his team definitely a lot. We're gonna see if that haunts them long term. Target rockets come out. No arc waves coming out from Linus. Linus stuck between multiple members. Linus pops the sword core. Linus does get out of dodge, and now he can look for a nice arc wave. Unfortunately, doesn't find him on Gamer. Gamer can be the target. Gamer can die. Gamer has taken the eject, and now it's going to be car for car fight. Gamer wins those, however. Gamer has survived. Salvacore has been activated. Camp will find the kill on another member of Leviathan, and it's going to be 360 taken to the sky. Now he's all alone by himself. Oh, unfortunate. The curvature of the Vortex Shield will block the shot and guarantee him the battery. Laser Core has been activated. 360 trying to get behind the wall, but even then, there's Striker Ruts incoming. Laser Core on the other side, and that's going to be the end of the round. Sin City showing why Boomtown is their city.
Transferring controls to pilot.
This is one of This is probably going to be one of the best sets of the day, easily. Sin City right now sitting 2-0 over Leviathan. Of course, Drydock went completely their way, but now Boomtown going the completely opposite direction. We've got to see some adjustments. Sin City, of course, like I said, they take the brawl. The brawls go their way. The control game needs to come out from this team. And another thing I've noticed that's actually quite different is the fact that 360 being on the North Star rather than the Legion, kind of missing a little bit of damage. S-Gamer with the Legion making a bit more of an impact. Nice cluster missile coming off from 360. He got a hit marker. Camp didn't die. Lattice could potentially phase up. No, actually, I think Camp might have tried to go for the battery again. And he actually perishes this time. That's going to be definitely a round win coming out for Sin City. Or, excuse me, the Leviathan. Boyka now the target. Boyka going to eat a ton of damage. Boyka going to go down without ejecting. Try to get the Salvo Coral. Try to see what he can make happen for his team. S-Gamer stuck between a bunch of members and mid. He's the next target to fall. And now it's going to be Sally, who has the battery. But being the last Titan standing, the auto still in play. And then the pilot has fallen. And that's going to be the end of that round. I will say, that was a phenomenal cluster placement from 360. Usually Camp is used to the AWOL blocking off most of the cluster spread, but he actually angled it upward to hit the ceiling, causing the cluster missile to spread out in a more of a wider angle. The hits over the AWOL. Camp tried to get the battery, he tried to double back and be gritty, and he ended up getting goose for it. And that might be the momentum that Leviathan needs. They're not going to take this left side as the Ion. 360 still on the North Star. He's waiting on Nuki's ping. Oh no, he sees the pilot get out. Cluster missile is in play. Camp not going to make the same mistake again. No way he does. However, Linus just gets slightly punished. Linus could opt to phase up mid and try to punish Camp's battery if he wants to. Looks like he's not going to opt to do that. Opposite end, it's going to be Nuki versus Boyka on that end. Linus has taken up mid. Meanwhile, Bernadette is backing away from Camp. Camp in a bit of an awkward spot. Multiple members do face him down. However, now it's Linus needing to get out. Linus taking a bit more than he could chew. Well, 360 still on the North Star. Trying to see what kind of damage he can reach. Ooh, nice block from Bernadette on that end. Meanwhile, the Tomo V1 looking pretty even. Nice crit! The S-Gamer gets doomed immediately in mid. He is now the target. Bernadette forces the eject, which is good. That's one member down already from Sin City. As it looks like Leviathan is starting to claw their way back in the game. However, the Circle comes out from Camp. Now he's trying to make it happen on the Linus. Linus not ready to melee. Oh, Circle for Circle, but has to take an eject. Now it's going to be Nuki. Nuki and Boyka, of course. Boyka still has a ton of health, but however, Nuki has a ton of pilots to himself. Ooh, very nice. He lighted up with the Pulse Echo. Camp wasn't ready to eject. Camp actually gets taken out of the game. And now it's Boyka taking on pretty much a whole team by himself. Linus is going to get the battery for his tone. No, you're going to happily take this battery as he is going to get punted down by these pilots. Just like the members only has shown the world. Pilot play can win you rounds. And here goes Boyka getting chipped down. He's trying to find Nuki. He's trying to fully all in him. There's one ping. Nuki gonna aggressively dash out. He found the shot. Tracky rockets incoming. No wall to save you. Salvo Core 4. The end of the game. For a reminder, for those of you who are wondering, this is the final round of Boomtown. If Team Leviathan wins this game, they will go to Grand Finals. They won Dry Dock. And it's up to Sin City if they want to even up the set. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a final round of Boomtown. Sin City has to make their stand here and now. Like I said before, that Goose might have been able to find the momentum back in for Leviathan. S360 is now going to lie in wait and see what kind of movement they opt to make. Pilot gets out. The cluster might have been a little late. The cluster does actually find the area where it's supposed to go, and it actually disrupts Camp's Titan, I think. Camp's Titan is way back there. The cluster missile actually was a little too far, and because of that, Camp actually gets in late. I'm not sure what kind of damage they were able to get, but looks like Camp has opted to forgo the battery. Arc Wave. Camp is now stuck in this corner. But however, Linus is the one getting stuck in the corner as well. He has to phase out. Meanwhile, a whole all-out war is happening on this left side. Linus trying to make it happen on a Sally. Couldn't find the Doom. Opts to back up. Instead, Bernadette gets hit by the power shot, and because of that, has to go up. Camp is doomed. Sally is doomed. A bunch of members from Sin City are doomed. 360 doing his best to back off, and on the opposite end, the Leviathans are also doomed. Sally, oh, barely doesn't get hit by that railgun. Salvacore in the sky! Can he find a target? He misses! Boyka! Boyka! Salvacore might find the mark! No, it didn't! Oh, the batteries are starting to be seized. The Doom Titans, they're gonna start marching up the corner that Leviathan has made their home. Yes! Gamer with the shot through the trees! Unable to be seen! Tries to find a kill on the Sally, tries to find a kill on a Cap, and that's gonna be the end of the round. Unfortunately, the Leviathans will lose Boomtown. And that's gonna be the end of that game. A 1-1's the score. Even upset between these two teams. The one thing is that I don't think 360 expected to shoot that that cluster missile as high as he did. By doing that, he actually ended up disrupting Camp's Titan. Had the aggression been a little bit more solid on the Leviathan side of things, they could have actually looked to all in, keep Camp away from his Titan, and potentially end the game that way. But they take a little bit too much damage. They try to get out, end up losing a bit more health on their way out. Sin City is able to stabilize, and because they're able to stabilize, they're able to steal that game. Oh, man. This is a wild map pick. I like this map pick actually a lot for Leviathan. This is going to enable them to play them a bit more passively and enable the game style play that they would want to do. Colony is the map for Game 3. But even then, even with Colony being in their being in their wheelhouse, it's not going to be as easy as one might think.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
I'm going to be honest with everybody here, is that I am not 100% sure how this is going to go down. Both teams have a very good chance at winning against each other. But we all comes down to this. The final game of our winners finals. Boyka will lead the charge with the tone. Nice sidestep on the railgun. Very good awareness coming out from the tone player. Meanwhile, railgun shots have been rained out. It's going to be Camp taking up a position. And that's the thing, is that... Oh, actually, I was going to say 360's been on the North Star, and there has been a Legion. But it's going to be Burn on the Legion. Arcos have been expended. Camp is now fighting out mid versus Linus. Linus has taken a ton of damage. Camp has not. Camp only losing half. Nuki stuck in an awkward spot. Nuki will get doomed outright. Played too close to mid. And now the collapse on a Bernadette. Looks like it's going to be the call. Ooh, caught. Not blocking. Camp might get doomed. Camp has gotten doomed. Bernadette has opted not to take the melee, instead opts to take the eject, which will cause Camp to be a doom bar. Fortunately, missed the arc wave. Boyka has the core, but me on the opposite, a lot of members are doomed on the Leviathan side, and that's going to be the end of the round. A huge victory coming out for Sin City. I think Bird needs to go back to Ion. The main reason why they lost that round, I think, was a lack of control. We saw just how S-Gamer was just like, okay, there's no Ion contesting me. The tone is here, but I have a Ronin. I'm going to walk up mid. So, that's the one thing with the problem. Again, Northstar is a really good Titan, but the problem is that it's the force. She has a lot less control. She's going to get a lot less value over time. Look at Boyka trying to stare down where this railgun's coming from. I'm taking this far right side. Misses the sonar. That's completely okay. It's dead. The 360 missing too many shots. 360, even though he's got the mouse, he hasn't been able to hit the shots. Boyka taking a fight versus two members. Linus versus Camp. It's Halo's all the time. Camp actually going to go up mid. Going to go find Burn with 2 arc waves. Linus will find a lot of return damage onto Camp. Camp is going to barrel through these E-smoke, trying to see if we can make happen. And it's going to be Burnout who's dashed all the way up. Burnout might be the target, but good shot from Linus covering. Power shots rain out. It's going to be Sally taking a ton of damage. Boyka is doomed. Boyka has to take an eject. Meanwhile, opposite end, Burnout is the target. Nice rail coming off from 360. Linus eats a power shot to his name, but Linus has the sword core. Linus could potentially look for aggression into mid if he wants it. Salvacore in the air! I believe Sally was spotted. No, it doesn't find the mark. I think it might have tried to hit Camp, but Camp is already doomed. Unfortunately, not another Salvacore that got a ton of value. Salvacore might have been the prime target, would have been another Legion. Burnout decided to round the corner aggressively. That's going to cost him his life. No, barely lives. Nuki on the opposite end. Smart core has been popped. Dragon Rockets find the Doom, and because of that, Linus will circle around and get the kill, and that's going to be the end of Sin City for that round, and that's going to be another round for Team Leviathan. Like I said before, like, if Leviathan's allowed to play their control style game plan and not just outright take the and Sin City's not able to brawl, they should win out in the long run. And that's essentially what happened in that round. Burn makes a questionable maneuver, actually decides to all in and dash around the corner and try to make a huge play with the close range power shot. Thankfully, doesn't lose his life. Nuki is there to cover him, to cover his pilot at the very end. And they systematically take down one member after another. Camp losing a ton of his health early means that the aggression gets slowed down dramatically. And 360 found the mark with the railgun later on. 360 gonna find an early shot onto somebody. Looks like all the members are relatively fine. Nuki is going to have the lock onto Sally. Sally is just going to wait it out. Sally hits a laser shot on the Linus. That's a huge start for Camp. Linus is be careful. No power shots on that Legion. And it's going to be Boyka getting lit up a little bit. Boyka actually just going to bully for positioning here. Locks on a Linus. Linus has decided to arc the wall and step away. I like this push and pull positioning they have going on. As it's going to be Nuki taking the fight onto Sally. Sally is now the target, but I don't think Sally is exactly a good target you want to all into because he is an Ion. Camp is now behind enemy lines, but he is stuck in a rock and a hard place against Linus here. Linus going to get doomed, but Linus will find the kill on the Camp. Huge pick early. Boyka does find the rockets onto Burn. Burn is trying to find the aggression onto S-Gamer. S-Gamer will come around, find Burn. Burn has taken eject. S-Gamer wasn't in time on the melee. Doesn't find the kill on a Burnout. Doesn't have ammo either. Find the kill. However, Sally will give him a battery, which is a huge pickup. Boyka tries to find a Salvacore. No Salvacore will hit the mark. Unfortunately, these tones are missing a bunch of Salvacores. That power shot was so close to hitting. Doesn't find the mark. Burnout needs to get out of harm's way. Burnout looking around and checking his surroundings, trying to do the 1v1 versus Sally. Sally will survive. Boyka now also a pilot. Two pilots come out, and one Legion trying to find the power shots, but the sonar pulse does reveal his position. Oh, Flycore comes out, but I don't like this Flycore from 360. This so overzealous. He might lose his life here to the Spitfire. Spitfire doesn't find the mark. One pilot will go down. S-Gamers trying his best to hold on for his pilot to do the work. Boyka will fall down. And now he's by himself. He's surrounded. Salvacore incoming. S-Gamer tries to run away, but there will be no escape from the Tone Core. As to block, finds a great power shot on the Ronin, but Nuki just has too much health. And that will be the end of him. Once again, Leviathan find themselves on set point. But the last time they found themselves on set point, Sin City still conquered. And we're going to see if they can do it again here on Colony.
We haven't lost yet. Let's show them what the 6
This has been a wild winners finals, and it's coming down to the last bit of games. Oh, nice catch on the sonar post. That sonar post would have pinged 4 people actually outright. So great awareness from Sally. On the opposite end, Boyko's sonar does land. Rockets come out. Finds their mark. Great juke from Camp. Only taking a minor amount of damage. He's behind Linus. Linus has no idea. Nobody knows that Camp is here. Arc Wave 1. Has to use the phase early. But Camp is now stuck between multiple members. Camp eats a ton of damage! He's already down to half! And because of that, Boyka now has positioning. But actually, Camp is going to be the one that continues to aggress. But Camp is between so much fire. He's barely not doomed. Camp has to take his time and just take a second to think. Boyka is here. He is in a very good position to start landing damage. But meanwhile, the aggression comes out. Camp has to take an eject. Tries to go aggressive on a burn. Can't seem to find it. Doesn't take the shot. Very smart from Camp. Now he still has a pilot to play, at least in his role. Power shot on a burn. Power shot. Oh, smart core for smart core, but burn it out will live. Great instant goose with the power shot. And now the game is slowly but surely going towards the favor of the Leviathan. Oh, threatens the execution, but gets the eject off. Does Sally. Boyka by himself. But he is a very healthy tone. And it is technically 2-1. But both the Titans, I believe, are relatively low. Ooh, that's a huge shot from 360. He's going to get a flight core from that end, but Boyka will secure the battery. Oh, no, his pilot going down is huge to Burn. Burn is now able to have full pilot control and able to harass Boyka, as Boyka is now by himself against 3 members of the Leviathans. Nuki gets the shot. Nuki baits the aggression from Boyka. But Boyka actually mitigates a lot of damage to that salvo core. Has the locks established on the Nuki. Can he find the rockets? Nuki playing in a great spot. Those should not be able to find the mark. There's too much debris blocking on the ceiling side. And now it's Boyka still by himself. He's still alive. He has 40 seconds. But he has no core. It's a very unlikely comeback, but Boyka is not one to give up. He's going to fight until the bitter end. Nice lined up early shot from 360. No particle wall. Out of options. Out of time. Jukes the last railgun. Still alive. But those salvo core, excuse me, the rockets will find the mark. And that's going to be the end of our winners finals. Leviathan will advance to Grands, and Sin City will go towards the losers finals. Absolutely fire set. That set was intense. So meanwhile, on the other end of things, excuse me, I don't know why I hit that, but meanwhile, on the other end of things, we are going to see who has made it to the losers finals. I'm going to get that lobby set up immediately. And seems like the Eagles. Actually, no, we're on losers semis, I believe. Yeah, so we're going to go continue with loser semis. Crossover versus the Eagles. I'm going to wait. I'm not sure if that's being played out or not right now. If that is being played out, then we'll try to get in when we can. Camp asking if there's a loser's bracket. Yes, there is. So we're going to find out and see where the other team is with their set at the moment. Well, absolutely wild set. Probably one of the crazy sets of Titanfall 2 I've seen in a bit. So it's possible loser semis is kind of already going on right now. So we're just going to take a second and see where they're at. And if they are mid-set, then we can possibly jump in there in between some downtime, continue the commentary, let things go along as they should. Maybe get in there. If not, then if they're too far along, then we can go towards loser final. Check my DMs. Roger. Okay, I have D&D on. Oh yes, I saw that. Okay, I thought it was about okay, I thought it was about tournament stuff. Okay, please only tell me to do Discord stuff if it's tournament related. Thank you. Okay. Oh, you guys starting now? Okay. Yeah, invite me. I'm gonna go put that in there. Okay, thank you. Okay, bam. Sick. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in losers semis. Now, in the left corner, we've got Team Crossover. Okay, Crossover consisting of Event Snow Wars Night and all caps, no gaps, versus the Eagles. If I could show you what their team name was, I would, but quite frankly, even I don't know exactly what it says. For those of you asking, can you revert? No, you cannot revert. Okay? Alright? No, you cannot. Okay? Those who hear me in chat, your bans are final. Okay? Your first ban is your first ban. That's it, period. Okay? There is no, oh, I'm reverting last second. Nope. Okay? There is no reverting. You decide and pick and lock in your ban, and then that's it. Okay? No, you cannot redo bans. Okay? Yo, ban North Star? Yo, true. Yo, ban North Star? I honestly can't. I wish I could ban North Star. I wish I could. Hey, North Star. I request a trade. There is no reason. I will about to read. Okay. Hey, we ban Boomtown. We revert Exovan. What do you mean revert Exovan? No, you cannot revert. Okay. Have to go. All right. Hey, hold on. Oh my goodness. Try to keep track of like 10 things at once. Meanwhile, our players are having a hard time deliberating between what they want picked and banned. But for those of you who don't know, yes, okay, you cannot revert your bans. Your bans are final once you say them. That's it. Okay? Simple as that. There was no, oh, I want to ban this and stuff. No. We don't do that here. Okay? I gave y'all picks and bans of maps. Okay? Y'all should be able to use this. It's not rocket science. But, you know, here we are. But regardless, neither here nor there. Loser semis game 1, we're going straight to crash site. The Eagles took it to the Leviathans. Was actually able to get a game in their respective set, I believe. Actually, they didn't get a game. They took a game to 3-2, which the Leviathans edged out over them. And on the opposite end, we have Team Crossover. Crossover consisting more of a Pugs team. Now we're going to ride with them. With Caps on the Ronin. Knight, of course, running his patented Legion. And Snowwar still on Scorch. The Of course, crash site map, going to be a lot more chaos. I think Snorwars has the overcore. His dash is a little bit slower. Fires the shot on a fun bus. However, the arc whips come out. I think the arc whips slightly favor the enemy team. And meanwhile, the Scorch has actually found early footing here, and now Event is going to be the first one to fall. They'll find the rip. Snorwars stuck in an awkward position, and Star has taken a ton of damage. Meanwhile, the Sword Core comes out from enemy team. Laser Core as well tries to find a rip on the Star. Star will get ripped. Huge brick coming out. Dox has the Smart Core, and it's going to be Extra trying to see what kind of damage you can find with the Scorch. I'm not sure if Flame Core's been popped, but the retreat coming out from Knight's team does not really favor them all that much. Nice preemptive power shot from Extra. Extra will eat a ton more damage, more than he should have. He could have potentially had more than enough health to hold this hill. Scorch can be used to zone out the Legion here. Not necessarily in a way of thermal shielding up in his face, but more of a way of just holding the line. Knight has the Smart Core. Fumbles has to back off. Huge damage coming out from Knight. Knight keeps finding a power shot after power shot. Double power shots come out from Dox. Dox is going to be the next target to die for sure. Extra has a Flame Core. Extra is going to launch the Flame Core at Knight. Knight has taken a ton of damage. Knight is now doomed. Caps tries to get in. Extra has to back off. Extra Fumbus now has to be careful. Almost 1 HP. Cold War incoming. Oh, the Ronin dies before Knight can find it. Such a close round. But the pilots on the opposite end will take the first round over Knight's team.
Welcome back, pilot.
But it also makes you think, if Knight may have just went for the next charge rifle shot, could that have been the end of the round? Regardless, Knight doesn't find it. He tries to go for the Cold War kill. Can't seem to find it in time. The pilots will clean up the Ronin. Star actually goes for an early shotgun shot. It's going to eat a little bit of damage for himself. Caps has no phase. Now the aggression can be on a Caps. Caps stuck in fire. Caps stuck in a really awkward spot. Caps is definitely going to go down here. Only a matter of time. Has to unblock. Has to go up. But one Titan has already gone up from the opposite team. Event stuck behind Knight. Knight trying to see if we can find this pilot. Is not going to be able to. Dox has been rodeoed by Snow Wars. Snow Wars is not going to die, unfortunately. And no kill on the pilot. Extra does get it in time. And it's going to be Event and Extra. Hop in and back off. Fumbus gets a nice laser shot plus tripwires. Knight is still relatively healthy, but I can't feel that, like, Knight is healthy because he's been playing a bit further back, getting zoned out by all the fire. Tries to go for a preemptive power shot. Star going all the way in. Aggressing super hard in. Star opted to just full-on send in a Knight and not kill the Ion, causing his teammates to be a little bit late on the push, but regardless, with how ahead they are, they can afford it. And that's going to be the end of that round. Another round for the Eagles. And here's the best part. The Eagles won both those rounds on their bad side. Now they have the good side. I'm not 100% sure what's other than the fact that the Scorch on Knight's team has the overcore. I'm not sure if that's the main reason, but the other Scorch has been beating them to hill positioning consistently. Maybe it's just not optimal passion, maybe not optimal use of resources, but I feel like their team as a whole is a lot slower to hill than the other team should. This is an interesting strategy. 3 people going up the left side, and Knight is just going to watch long range mode from here. They're going to opt to trade the battery, but the problem with this strategy is that, sure, they're all back here, and that's nice, but now you still need to fight uphill. Great shot coming up from Snow Wars with the railgun. And it seems Event is trying to throw some cooldowns back towards the enemy team, but yep, here comes Vortex Feed. Vortex Feed incoming. Star with a great block. Not able to find that much value. Trying to offer this a bit more of a gimmicky strategy rather than a straight up one. Cap's gonna go all the way, but Cap's gonna get Arc Wave. Caps is going to try to find a lot of return damage, but look at how much damage Caps is taking. Again, look, they're trying to find this Vortex Reflect, but it hasn't been working, and it's just costing their Ion energy time and time again. Snow Wars has core, which is good. Caps also has core, so they are winning the core wars so far, but again, they still have to fight up this hill. If that Scorch gets core at any point, it could be in the game. Dox has core. If Event going in with the laser core, trying to find a kill on the Fun Bus. Laser core tracking is not great. Laser core right back, finds a lot of damage on the Knight and Company. Knight and Company, most of them are hurt. The battery pool has been made. Actually, no, one of the Cloak pilots is around, but can't seem to find the mark with that. Caps is phasing in, but look at all the life bars coming out from Caps' team. Great Doom by Star, playing a little bit passive, and baits the melee. Great melee from Star. And look, even though they have to fight uphill, look at how much damage they've taken. And look at that, Knight also goes down. Event by himself up, taking these two Titans on the hill. And a pilot. Snow Wars also doomed. Event needs to take an eject, but no, he greatly tries to stay in the Titan, and that's going to be the end of him as well. Doc, wow, I'm surprised Doc didn't die. Doc somehow is still alive. By the way, there are two still alive Titans with no pilot in them. Technically, they still have pilot advantage. There is the Auto Scorch, landing a shot for his team, getting a little bit of damage in. Meanwhile, Snow Wars is the one understanding he needs to make the play. Pilot harassment. He didn't see the pilot that was cloaked right in front of him. Is going to find that. Snow Wars. Oh, he got hit by that arc wave. Star could potentially end the game here. Star playing a little greedily. Doesn't find the reverse rip. And now Snow Wars by himself. No options left. And that's going to be the end of Crash Site. Star does clutch it out. And his two Auto Titans will live. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what happens when you decide not to contest the hill. That round, that's 180 said that round had a lot less business being closer as it should have been. But essentially, if you forgo the hill, then, well, what position are you in? You're fighting uphill. Okay, now that you're fighting uphill, you're sure you traded bats, but you're still down in positioning. The team that has the top of hill has a ton of advantage. And you can see that leveraging their positioning advantage, sure, they make it up to ship, but even though they get up to ship, they have to advance up that last corridor. And the only Titan we see reach the top of that hill is, of course, the Ronin. Knight tries to go up there, he falls. Their Ion tries to go up there, he falls. Their North Star tries to hang around, he gets doomed. It's a very difficult situation. But even then, here we are, next game. 1-0 for the Eagles. The next game will be Boomtown.
Pilot control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
Now, still 2 out of 3. Either the Eagles advance and go to fight Sin City in the losers finals, or Knight and Company even up the set. They are no stranger to making upsets, and they can make it happen, and we've seen it before. So don't let it be you. Star gonna go up for the pull. I believe he has Cloak. Yes, he does. Extra holding down the fight versus Caps. Caps are Extra being very aggressive, losing half his health immediately. Doc's taking the 1v1 on the right side, and meanwhile Extra still trying to push hard aggressively with no energy, and actually gets the Doom on the Caps. Caps suddenly lost all his health, and the rip comes through. Their Ronin's out of the game. Star is now in a fantastic position to just outright win this game. He just needs to find enough damage with this level or make enough room for his teammates to follow up. Sword Core has been activated. Sword Core onto the North Star. North Star has fired the railgun. And because of that, North Star is definitely going to go down. Unless Star is getting melee boxed for enough time. Nope, instead North Star will eventually fall down. And now it's going to be Knight in the last position. And that's going to be the end of that. Funbus accidentally power shot bugging himself, so he's probably going to be sticking to the Legion next round. But 1-0 will be the score for the Eagles. And I feel like things are kind of starting to fall apart for them. They gotta reconvene. They gotta get it back together. Because we saw earlier them take it to Sin City for a round. And we see that they can do it. It's just that I feel like since that call on Hill, things are starting to, no pun intended, go downhill for them. Regardless, though, Star will go for the battery again. Extra, probably going to play it a little bit more careful this time. Cluster missile on the battery, going to prevent him from getting it. He's going to have to wait that out. That's going to be Funbus poking in the mid. Couldn't find a long-range power shot. Couldn't find another power shot onto the rotor. Now he is the target. Great block on damage overall, but even then he's still being aggressed on by multiple members. Power shot comes out, doesn't find a mark, but even then Funbus has lived more than long enough. His Ronin finds the Sword Core first. His Ronin gets a Doom on one. His Ronin's looking for more. His Ronin's going to get another one. No, he's looking at the tripwires on the ground because of that. He's going to perish. Knight barely survives. Extra with the laser core. Sword Core incoming. Very nice evasion from Extra on that end. Funbus is doomed. Has to be very careful about the incoming fire coming out from the Thunderbolts. Doc, plenty of health to his name. That could be the fallback game plan for them. Doc, the fact that he has a ton of health can allow them to play as passive as they want and get advantage that way. Great snipe coming out from Knight. Knight will eat that railgun shot, however, but he does find the pick. Long power shot. Snowboard's taken out of the game. Power shot for power shot. 1-for-1 on the kills. Great block on the pilot. Ooh, Funbus can't seem to find his pilot. Funbus might need to go into... No, he's trying to stay in long range to see if he can snipe out a Titan that might potentially come out of the woodwork. Nightfire in mid. Nightfire's fired. Great shot coming up from Docs. And a follow-up from Funbus will take Knight out of the game. And it's just the North Star remaining. Shot from the right. If I'm Docs, I don't even interact with this right side. Actually, no, he's trying to kill the pilot on the caps. And it seems that both pilots are opting to just play out of their Titans. I'm pretty sure the last Titan should be the North Star. Unless the North Star has been already taken out of the game. No, it's the Ronin. I'm so surprised. It's Caps actually. It's Caps' Ronin. Flecker comes out. Caps needs to evade for as long as possible. He did it off the sword block. Those are actually going to hit him. And because of that, he did a sword block again. And that flight core, while most of it was off the mark, Caps deciding not to block actually loses his life. Funbus was the target that round, but again, he lived long enough. The counterpunch was good. And Star saw blood in the water, but he wasn't looking downward at his feet. Trips a tripwire. Fight starts to go sideways. Everyone ends up getting doomed. Not sure what to do. People start scrambling. But Snowwars doesn't take the eject when he should. Knight doesn't take an eject when he should. Because they don't have the pilots to make the comeback, the game turns on its head. Star looking to see if we can pull this battery. Extra taking up in mid position. Docs has free reign of this one side. He's going to up and walk up all the way. Still don't see anybody. There is 4 people on the right side of the map, interestingly enough. This is a similar position that our first match saw in. And because of that, it's going to be the Ronin on the enemy team losing a ton of health. The battery being pulled in mid, which is a very risky call. Seems like they're going to get away with it, though, because no one is there to watch it. Because of that, Star has full health plus shield, aggressing into the enemy team. Now here he is. He's trying to make the highlight play. He hasn't finished off the Ronin, though. He has trouble picking a target, and because of that, however, his teammates will collapse in, and all 4 members of Team Crossover find themselves crossed over by the Eagles, who swoop down and take them all out. 3-0 will be the score for Boomtown, and that's going to be the end of Losers Finals. Oh, excuse me, Losers Semis. And they will advance to Losers Finals against Sin City. Nine and Company, they just kind of fell apart. They just weren't able to, like, hold the positions in the space that they wanted. And surprisingly enough, we saw it. The North Star walked fully around Rubble. Nobody's even there. Opts to go for a complete backline flank, which is a very surprising strategy. Instead of opting to take the hold Rubble and just peek right. Nobody in mid. The one person who tries to go mid, being their Rodin, gets pushed all the way back out towards their team, and their entire team is stuck in one area of the map. They push up ramp side, which sure, they have that space now, but they have the ramp corner, and then it's kind of just, then what? Star sees blood, he goes in, it's a little messy because he didn't opt to kill the Ronin. He assumed the Ronin would eject out of fear of him. The Ronin does not. Takes a bit more damage than he should, but however, his teammates are there to cover him. The backline damage that his team provided, Power Shot comes through, Laser Core runs through, Sword Core running around, crossed over, is lights out of that game. But again, we've seen it time and time again. The key thing of these 4v4 games has been space. Not contesting enough space, or just not being in the right spaces. Meanwhile, we're going to take a second and get our next lobby set up. Here we go. Camp has provided me with an invitation. And now we're going to have another fantastic battle. We have Sin City up against the Eagles. The Eagles come in pretty hot off of their 3-0 from Boomtown. They got a little momentum on their side, but they're up against Sin City. Here we are. Picks and bans being deliberated. Eden immediately banned, since he doesn't want to deal with a long range map where they themselves can't brawl. AC's banned. And Camp has been talking about how he has a grand strategy for Complex. And it seems that we were trying to figure out what map Camp was talking about with the Exa. He means Exoplanet. Alright, so Exoplanet is banned. Alright, now it's up to the Eagles for what map they want to pick. And Star has told them that Crash Site is the map they want to play on. Even Boyka is surprised and says, no way. You know, If you told me today that we would have seen a bunch of games of Crash Site today, I would have thought you were lying. But also, I'm all for it. More brawls on the hill. Absolutely non-stop LTS action coming your way. Losers finals right now. 2 out of 3 still is the format. Not until grand finals does that change. And so, we have Sin City taking on the Eagles.
This is yours. We are stronger united.
Crash Site being a spectacle that I love to watch and love to see in all formats of play. But especially on 4v4s, because even I don't know what's going on in some instances with the amount of E-smoke, the amount of fire, the amount of power shots, arc waves, you name it, it's coming out, it's flying out. Speaking of going out, we got Boyka on the Scorch, Sally Wally taking his Ion, and of course, on the opposite end, looks like a mirror team comp. The meta seems to have been solved for this Crash Site pick. Double Orger seems to be the play. Sally Wally trying to get as much damage as he can onto the enemy Ion and Ronin combination. Great trip wars from Sally, actually. That's going to get a lot of damage. And core has been earned from Extra. Extra already taking 1 member off the game. And meanwhile, the opposite end, 3 members fall for the Eagles. Camp Wilder taking out as well. And it's just 1 member, 1 Legion, all by his lonesome. Dox tries to find a dash power shot, but S-Gamer already ready to mitigate damage best he can. Dash power shot from S-Gamer is good. Finds another one, and that's going to be the end of the round. Remember what I said that even I don't know what's going on Exoplanet? That's what I'm talking about. Suddenly 1 Titan dies immediately for Sin City, and on the opposite end, 3 Titans die on the opposite side of the fray. But regardless, Sin City is going to rock with that first round. I'm really surprised that the Eagles decided to pick this map. Because of the fact that I've said it before, I'll say it again, but Sin City likes to brawl. What map is the #1 place to brawl? This map. We're to ride with Boyka here, as Boyka is going to take up the Scorch up the hill. Taking a turbo engine so he gets there a little bit faster. Immediately igniting the canister up there. Fumba stuck in fire. A whole lot of fire surrounds Fumbus. He's getting a ton of damage. Boyka is in position to destroy this game. He's getting behind their Scorch. He's going to have Flame Core relatively soon. Boyka has the Flame Core, tries to line it up, hits multiple members. And that's going to be 2 already dead out the gate. Boyka treats his life, but he gets a ton of value. And a 3rd member extra falls. Camp picks up 1. And now it's just the last member by himself, and he will also go down. However, that was the good side for them. Now, Sin City has to find 1 round win on the bad side. So, even though the scoreboard looks bad, the Eagles have more than enough opportunity to make this game up. Those are the sides that they're expected to lose on. Now they have initiative on getting uphill. So we're going to see how Sin City decides to play it when they're the ones on the back foot.
We're doing great, team. They don't have a chance.
Now here we go. Seems like they're not going to fix what isn't broken. Boyka's still going to be on the Scorch. Sally on the Ion, and Camp on the Ronin. Camp here on the Ronin. Nice early shot on the star jump. Already pre-aimed, my might add. Actually trying to slow the advance of the enemy players, but look at that. Camp doing a fantastic job of mitigating damage for himself. And it's going to be Star stuck in an awkward spot. Meanwhile, Camp actually gets burned. Actually, 2 of his teammates perish in the background. Star in position to get ripped. Actually can't find it. Camp's still alive, but he's stuck between 3 members and he goes down. I'm not sure what happened on the back end, but it looks like this time around it's going to be the Eagles who have advantage over the enemy team. S-Gamer tries to get out, eats a power shot for his trouble, but actually mitigates a ton of damage for himself, gets behind the wall. Tries to find the power shot. Funbus with the fantastic defense. Funbus has a ton of health. Not a whole lot that S-Gamer can do from this position toss of Smart Core, but that's going to be the end of the round. And it's going to be 1 round for the Eagles. They're slowly coming back into this game. This is the good side. Sin City are going to have to find an outplay here.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
This has been outright wild. Like I've said before, I said it earlier, 4v4s are about chaos. And sure, we can ride along and watch one person's perspective, but there is so much happening, so much brawls going on, so much damage being outright thrown. We're going to stick with Boyka here and see what he can get done with the Scorch again. It seems the Scorches have been the determining factor for these crash site rounds. One thing I've noticed that Boyka hasn't had as much pressure put on him. That's a great fire trap, actually. That fire trap is probably going to find Extra or someone coming in. Extra is in the middle of everybody. Actually, Boyka does find himself onto the Scorch, but actually the Scorch finds himself onto him. Boyka, thankfully didn't get two. Flame Core incoming, going to get two! And he does find two members. Nice kill as well with the headshot. Star also has to take an eject. Star will go down. It's going to be Doc versus S-Gamer. Doc will go down as well. Ion goes up, Legion goes up, and Sin City make the outplay! 3-1 is the score for Crash Site. And I see our audience has a lot of mixed opinions about Crash Site. Some people say that it's an awful map. Some people say, I'm glad that I added this map all those years ago. And quite frankly, I'm on the side of, I'm glad I put that map in because, you know, we get to see a variety of maps while the players debilitate the picks and bans. The story about how the pick and ban kind of came to fruition was just something I made a while back. Dino Rush in the chat saying his Scorch file map it is top tier. My goat with the Foosbro dog clip. I remember. Dino Rush has spoken. Crash Site is a top tier map. Can we play Crash again? But anyway, just to talk about how the pick and ban system was made, it's just we had narrowed down comp to 5 maps, and TLDR is I thought that was really boring. So instead, I decided, okay, you know what, we're gonna expand the pool, and y'all can pick and ban maps. That way, nobody's stuck in a situation where it's like, oh, the next map is something that my team's not good at. Instead, now it gives the losing player a little bit of advantage in which they can pick a map that they themselves are a bit more comfortable on, and the winner player a little bit of control so they can ban some maps that they're not as good on. But, you know, I'm on the side of the more maps, the better, and we're having a ton of fun. And here we are, we're going to continue our LTS action in a losers finals. 1-0 is the score for Sin City as they won Crash Site. And now we are here on Dry Dock. This is the map that the Eagles Fun Bus and Company have decided to select. And we're going to see how it plays out.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Now, of course, if Sin City wins, they get the run back versus the Leviathans in the grand finals. Okay? If the Eagles win, we go to a game 3. Only one team can move on. So here we go. Game 2 of losers finals. We're going to find ourselves here. Extra on the Ion. Star on the Ronin. Doc's on the North Star, interestingly enough. And Camp on the Legion. Tries to find a power shot on Sally. Sally's smartly just holding his Vortex all the time. Opts not to take all that damage. Great reflect coming up from Extra. And the mid battery will be seized. Ooh, great power shot from S-Gamer there. Gonna find a lot of damage onto the enemy team. Extra opting to back off as the Legion is still behind them. This could be a very awkward situation. Dox is pushed all the way up, and Extra is going to get doomed and ripped. Opposite end, they will trade 1-1 for Titans. And now it's going to be a not a doom onto the Ronin. Ronin gets doomed now. Camp is doomed. Funbus rounds the corner with a power shot, try to see what he can make happen. But however, Sword Core is popped. A little bit of an awkward time, and now Star's going to have to make the play here onto a lot of Titans. Star, a little bit undecided on what he wants to do. He actually has completely wasted this Sword Core. I don't think he's done anything. He hasn't hit anybody with an Arc Wave. He hasn't hit anybody with a Sword Core Swing. That Sword Core was at 110% of a waste. Arc Wave onto the Tone. Now he has a wall. Does go Arc Wave, which is good. But now Star has to take an eject. Star is definitely going to die in a Boycott. No, actually, Boycott doesn't have enough ammo. Unfortunate. Funbus has Core. And even though Docs applied the battery, it was not in time. And because of that, Funbus will go down. And that's the end of the round. The hold from Sin City is good. I'm not sure what Star's plan was with his Sword Core, but he literally didn't go anywhere. He ended up in the same place. He wasn't sure if he wanted to flank. He wasn't sure if he wanted to aggress. He understood the place he popped it was a little awkward, but even then, he has to roll with his decision. And because of that, no decision is made, and it costs his team the game. A lot of damage coming towards Star's way. He will get the battery, however, and make that up no problem. Thankfully, not too much has happened. It is a Punisher response. But meanwhile, the opposite end, his teammate seems to have gone down. And now Star feels the pressure. He feels like he needs to make something happen. Great Arc Wave comes out, but the problem is S-Gamer is right behind the enemy team. The aggression has not been on point for the Eagles, as they're not sure what they want to do exactly. One of these things could be a lack of experience. It could be a lack of shot calling, honestly. Not sure exactly what they want to do. Usually the Ronin player is the one in the driver's seat for the team. But now we see the retreat is coming out. And the aggressor from Sin City might start happening. Camp has come all the way over. He has come to say hi. But even though he came to say hi, he has lost all his health. As a matter of fact, he'll lose his life. That's a huge pickup for the opposing team. Funbus is not taking eject. Because of taking eject, he will lose his life as well. Star has the Sword Core. Not sure what he wants. Not sure if that's a good decision. Extra is alive. He has a pilot he can rely on. Ooh, has to be careful about what he decides to do. Great laser shot coming out from Sally. Star, again, not unsure of what decision he wants to make. He's not sure if he should stick around in mid. He's not sure if he should opt to rotate out and try to get a battery. See if he can make the round a bit more doable that way. But, you know, he does make the heads-up play to go aggress on a camp and get the rip, which is good, but, again, just a lot of it is him just sitting on his hands.
Welcome back, pilot.
And right now, it's make or break time. Sin City sits 2-0 over the Eagles.
Taking a beating. Come on, we can still win this.
Here we go. Do or die time for the Eagles in order if they want to continue their run through this tournament. Star opts to take this right battery. He's not a mid. I'm not sure if the enemy team knows it. Camp barrels through. He doesn't see anybody. Extra has dashed in. This means he's about to take huge damage. He's trying to aggress on a camp, but he's not vortexing the rest of the enemy team's damage. Sally is awkwardly behind him. Extra is potentially going to die here. Extra has to take an eject. That's already one Titan. Star has went in towards S-Gamer. S-Gamer holding the Ronin as best he can. Very nice mitigation of damage. Because of that, S-Gamer still has a good amount, and now Camp is rotated in with Sword Core. Camp will find the kill. Star is next to fall down. Funbus finds one. Funbus has another one eject. Trying to see what he can find with this Smart Core. Gets a third. Problem is that there's an Ion right behind him. Ion's potentially gonna look for a laser shot. Great block from Funbus. Sally is doomed. Sally tried to look for the all-in. Sally tried to kill him. Couldn't find him there. Pilot is still alive. Pilot looking. No! Huge miss on Extra! Extra, another miss! He gets Laser cord! Oh no, that might be the choke of the century! And because of that, now we're in a doom for doom situation. Funbus thankfully gets the battery. And now we play the waiting game. Sally can pull mid, or Sally can look for a cheeky rip. One or the other. If I'm Funbus... Oh, actually, Sally has a battery. Nice timing on the power shot from Funbus. Funbus will find a good amount of damage on Sally in that exchange. However, Sally gets another battery. He's going to heal that right back up. Try to catch Sally sprinting. The problem is that Funbus doesn't have I was gonna say, he doesn't have a dash to mitigate that reflect. Funbus needs to stop playing poke with this Ion. He needs to get away. He should just take the draw. Otherwise, he's in this situation. Great shot from Sally. One more shot from Sally will do it. That's going to be the end of the game. Sally's going to take it, and that is going to be 3-0 for Sin City. Unfortunate choke from Extra. Extra misses not just one, he misses 2 charge rifle shots on a 1 HP Ion. And because of that, Sally lives, and Sally clutches it out over Funbus. And Sin City are going to take that, and they're going to advance all the way to Grand Finals. In the words of, I'm sure a lot of people have watched Mulan. In the words of Mushu, you missed. How could you miss? He was right in front of you. Extra says we're not going to talk about it. Unfortunately, I'm the commentator. I'm going to talk about it. So, literally my job. Oh no. Unfortunate. But his team will be eliminated from the tournament. It's going to be a run back. Sin City versus Leviathan for our grand finals. Alrighty. Well, we're taking a second. We're going to get our grand finals lobby together, and then we will get started shortly after that. Now, of course, I've said it once, and I'll say it again. And I'm probably going to say it again after this. Our grand finals are 3 out of 5. Everything else, of course, to this point has been 2 out of 3. But now grand finals is the one place where we enter the 3 out of 5 territory. And it's going to be a little interesting. We've seen Camp time and time again go to last game, last round of a grand finals set. So seeing that he's got his full roster of Sin City and how intense our winners finals was, we're probably going to be here for the long haul. Both these teams are clawing their way towards a victory. And only one of them gets to win this event. So, we are here. The end of the line. The run back between the Leviathans and Sin City. Sin City sits from the loser side of the bracket, meaning they'll have to win 2 whole sets of 3 out of 5 rather than just 1. Whereas Leviathans just need to win 1 set of 3 out of 5, and they will take the tournament. Again, Sin City has had a history of making these comebacks from losers, and honestly, they might have a loser's bracket power up, all things considered. Frame run, of course, Camp are going to ban the Eden. They're trying to not play these long range maps. Again, Sin City, they just want to brawl. They want to fight. But if Leviathan weathers the storm, gets the extended fight, or gets a situation of where they can play control, they are a much better team at that. But it's a matter of can they get there. Glitch is the ban. Again, I really like this glitch ban. Don't let Sin City play it. They've shown that they're phenomenal at it. They've got a bunch of different round starts. You don't want to deal with any of it. Take it out of the pool. Very smart ban coming out from the Leviathans. No way. They opted to pick Colony. I feel like, I think, in my honest opinion, Sin City is not convinced that they lost Colony. Now, the rounds were really interesting. The rounds came down to a bunch of minor things on their own. But I think this is Sin City putting their foot down and saying that I don't think we actually lost this game. And so Camp declared a rerun. His team is with them. And I know his team doesn't doubt him. On the opposite end, the Leviathans, they are more than happy to rerun this map. Give 360 another chance on the North Star. Give Nuki a lot of space with the tone. But here we go. Going to see where the North Star hover. North Star hover has been made. Hasn't seemed to find a shot yet. Camp has taken mid. Rodents have both taken up their middle positions. Sally has been locked down by the tone. That's going to be automatic pressure, and incoming rockets will not find the mark by both players. And meanwhile, Nuki is doing a phenomenal job trying to fight Sally. Sally playing very careful too as well. Linus has eaten 2 blocked power shots. That's a lot of damage on the Linus. Camp backing up. Camp playing a lot more reserve this time around. 360 holds his shot. He tried to find a shot between the Vortex, but 360 taking an awkward 1v1 versus Sally. Boyka hits all 3 shots. Tracking rockets do find the mark onto the Legion. And now it's Linus and Burn stuck in an awkward spot. More rockets come out. Very nice blocks from Linus. Actually, are going to cause both the pilots to eject. Camp tried to find the Goose. Unfortunately, hit the iframes there. That's why you still heard the shot hit. And Nuki is going to be the one that's going to be sword core down. And Nuki taken out of the game. A complete dissection. Round 1 from Sin City. Now I know I've said they like to brawl, but that time around they played a very clean Titanfall 2. 360 tries to take the heads-up fight versus the Ion. 360 can't find the charged railgun shot, and because of that, he's stuck in an awkward spot. Nuki tries to take up mid, unfortunately not being able to reinforce his team. The Legion and Ronin get stuck on the left side. The collapse from Sin City is good onto the two enemy players. Boyka mitigates damage really well and gets a ton of damage onto the Ronin. Because of that, that game goes entirely Sin City's way. Holding up Vortex early, I like that from Sally, so that way he doesn't get shot by the railgun. Boyka throws the sonars. Sonars both don't find their mark. 360 trying to find a shot onto the Ion. Very difficult call. Noki trying to see what he can find on the enemy tone. Tracking rockets incoming. Noki should just avoid those, no problem. Camp in the center, trying to see what kind of damage he can find on the Linus. Linus is the target. Linus successfully disengages. Very nice disengage from Linus. As now Sally has sealed the other opposite side battery. No one on the team was watching it. Boyka is eating a lot of damage on his end, and Boyka seems to be the target. Nuki tried to find the rip, but now Nuki's the one in trouble. Actually, no, it will be Camp the one is now the target. Very nice for job from Camp. Taking the reload behind the wall. Is able to not get the Doom, unfortunately. One more shot would have did it. And now Camp's the one in a rock at a hard place. And now the fight is starting to turn towards the way of Sin City. And I say that 360 doesn't go down when he's supposed to. 360 lives to fight another day. Hover shot gets the Doom onto the Ion. 360 takes an eject. Linus has followed up and got the kill onto one of the members. Camp all by himself. Camp, unfortunately, not able to make the play. And that will be a round for Leviathan. That was a very smart play from Camp. Unfortunately, Boyka goes down, but even then he takes the reload behind the wall, understands he has a space there even though he's getting punched by Tone. Takes the reload, hits 2 shots, but the shots aren't enough to get the Doom. If he got the Doom there, he may have gotten the Sword Core, may have been able to turn the game on its head. That doesn't happen. On the opposite end, Sally does steal the battery, but Sally doesn't get the kill on 360. You saw he had the crit lined up. The wall was just barely in the way. And there's a whole lot of micro things that happen that cause players to live. Just barely. Nice. Early 2 shots from 360. Boyka already almost down a bar. Very good dash. Boyka down a bar. He's going to aggress into this North Star. He might still be here, actually. All of those landed. 360 not ready to dodge that. 360 has already lost half his health already on this North Star. Has to be very careful. Sally's going to take up this mid position, throwing more tripwires to contest the battery. The map control coming out from these players is really good. I say that as Boyka gets hard punished for pulling that battery. However, the arc waves are completely out. I mean, their Tone now has free reign on the map for a little bit. Double arc was coming out from Camp. Again, Sin City right now, they're being denied the brawl. They're trying to get in and trying to make these things happen, but the positioning coming out from the enemy team is pretty good so far, but they're contest up mid. They're starting to come up mid. But even though they're making up mid, it's very hard to cross this choke point. Very nice power shot from Burn on the Sally. Great punish, but Burn pushed up a little too far. Doesn't eat too much for his trouble. Look, he gets another set of locks. And one Titan has gone up. Linus actually was the first person to fall. Tracking rockets on the 360. 360 is going to take an eject. And now the members of Leviathan are starting to fall down. Great power shot from S-Gamer. S-Gamer is going to do a ton of damage on a Nuki. Nuki barely escapes with his life. As Bernadette has to fight more than one member. Has to pop the smart core. No, instead he dies outright. And now it's just Nuki by himself. Nuki trying to see what he can do. Boyka has the salvo core as well. And Boyka will get the rip on top of Nuki. And it's going to be, this time, Sin City with the lead. They denied the brawl for as long as possible, but eventually they couldn't hold the mid push anymore. And because of that, multiple members start falling down from the Leviathans. The Ronin goes first, and eventually everyone else goes after. Another key thing is that Boyka landed a huge rocket salvo on a 360 early, took out half his health with that rocket barrage. I'm very surprised that all those rockets connected.
We're winning, but not by much.
As North Star is a very difficult target to hit with Tone's tracking rockets. Boyka now, he's on the North Star. He's trying to duel 360. Great shot from 360. Gets the follow-up shot. Trying to find the exchange here. As Boyka has the overcore, meaning he won't get the flight core first if he can find it. Ooh, Burn takes a greedy laser shot and won't eat a decent amount of damage for it. Camp is here. Camp sees Linus. Linus sees Camp. And now the mid is being held. However, the opposite side, the battery from Bernadette, a greedy pull coming out. He dies for it. I'm so surprised he went for that pull when there was multiple members watching it. And now their Ion is out of the picture. And because of that, it's going to be Sin City advancing up the way. Camp, however, is in a bit of a rock and a hard place. Boyka has the flight core now, however. Flight core should be activated relatively soon. 360 in a bit of an awkward spot. S-Gamer with the smart core finds one. S-Gamer with the smart core finds another one. S-Gamer and company find the first game. The run back of Colony. Sin City prevails. I am so shocked that Bird decided to pull that battery. Just, again, I'm so shocked by it. I have no words for it. He saw that there was multiple people on the left side. He saw the North Star. He should have assumed that there was another member watching that battery. He went for the pull and instantly got punished and instantly died for it. He's no longer a member on the team. And because of that, the game just turns on its head. Camp got very aggressive, but his team is an entire member ahead. He can afford to, as long as he doesn't die too fast. And because of that, Sin City are going to work with Game 1. They have a lot of momentum. And it's up to Leviathans to coordinate and shut that momentum down. They're going to opt to go to AC, which I think is a great pick for them. But the thing is that there's another thing is that Eskiroda's Legion has been providing his team with a lot of space. And the North Star, as good as 360 is, one, he's not going to get flight core in time because he's running turbo engine. And two is the fact that the pretty much outright charge from all the members, just the fact that there's so many Titans means that he can't kill everybody. Like, sure, he's a passive ticking time bomb, and that's nice, but it's going to be very difficult with the amount of health that is being presented on the enemy team. Line is taking up this mid side. We're in Game 2 of our Grand Finals. 1-0 for Sin City, as now they're on Angel City. Camp up here. The call is to be aggressive on the Linus, which I like. The Rodents have exchanged a ton of health for each other. Linus has the phase. No, but they both keep swinging and they try to scramble, and it will be Camp that comes out on top. No reset from neutral. Great job from Sally, vortexing his Ion, or his Ronin, excuse me. And because of that, it's going to be Burn facing down two members. Look at them. They're isolating one member at a time. However, Camp gets too close. He's going to die. 360 finds a follow-up shot. Tracking rockets come out. Nuki will get the mid battery. And in turn, Burn will trade his life. I think overall this might be a good trade because Nuki now can be the victory condition for his team with the Pulse Echo Kit plus the North Star passive play. Tracking rockets come out. Tracking rockets don't find the mark, unfortunately. Nuki put that wall down a little preemptively. He has to be careful with his positioning now because of that. Legion walks up. Now the Legion's trying to walk up towards 360. 360 is a little close, but thankfully he makes it out just in time. No power shots coming out from the Legion plus Ion. And meanwhile, the opposite side, the Tones are still not doing combat with each other. No, it'll be Boyka now showing up with the wall. Nuki will take the fact that he'll get locked down, but he has full health. Bernadette, as the pilot, has died, and now 360 opts to take the flight core. One member down. Other member has decided to take the disembark, and because of that, the 1v1 on the end, Nuki comes out over Boyka. Salvo core for salvo core exchange. Nuki had 2 batteries. And Nuki will clutch it out for his team. 1-0 for Leviathan. Now, the reason why I said that that exchange overall favored them is because they have the North Star, they have the Pulse Echo Tone. Even though they were spread apart, they have enough mobility. They're up against the Legion plus Ion combination. They can't exactly isolate a target very well. It's just they're the ones that need to make the play. Interesting strategy from Nuki. Nuki's going to go straight to this left side play. Pulse Echo going to ping multiple members. He's going to lock onto the Ronin. Rockets fired. Tries to find the mark. S-Gamer is being harassed now, and now Nuki is going to get this free battery position, but I think Sin City's just going to opt to walk up and take the fight. And they will opt to do just that. S-Gamer getting harassed by the Ion of Bertadot as multiple members opt to take the brawl, but Nuki has made it up and over the ramp, I think, and now he's here in mid, and look at the punish coming up from the Leviathans. Multiple members have gone up already, and one for... Actually, thought we won for 2. Holy moly, what a clutch particle wall coming up from Nuki. Nuki has successfully saved the game on his own and punishing Camp's aggression. And he got the rip. Nuki smart enough, he's going to rotate back. He's going to get this other battery because why not? 360 try to deal with this pilot, and it's just one member left of Sin Silly, and that of Sally Wally. Nuki wants to take no chances, gets another battery for himself. Doesn't seem to get the ping there. Ion seems to be back of docks. Linus seems to have spotted him. Arc whips come out, slow the target down. Salvo core incoming. And flight core, 3 cores to 1. The true Ion experience will be the end of the round. Again, there's a lot of few micro decisions. If they go the other way, we look at a different game. Linus could have died for that pull, but Nuki with the heads-up play throws the particle wall down for his teammate. Camp is then forced to arc wave. Camp then gets ripped by Nuki. Huge play coming out from him. On top of that, Burn lives long enough, harasses the Legion. And all of the follow-up damage, the counter punch coming out from Leviathan does find that round. Linus gonna go take up this left side. Nuki gonna take up mid. Drops the wall. Multiple members are heading towards this left side area, and it seems that the opposing team has opted to just give it up. I like this call a lot. Pull comes out from Camp. However, now Camp is in a great spot. Incoming from Boyka. Has to be careful of the rockets. Rockets are incoming. Ooh, Burn's gonna block all the way, and Burn is isolated from his team. Burn is definitely gonna go down here, no questions asked. Burn has to look out for these rockets, but thankfully Burn has been able to successfully back out. However, the counterpunch hasn't been as strong from the enemy team, as now they're getting, now Leviathans are getting surrounded. That's the thing, is Leviathans decided to give up one side, but they haven't been able to get much value from the other side. Look, as the Ronin is just not sure what to do exactly himself. Linus stuck in a bit of a hard place. Linus has popped the sword core encounter to Camp's sword core to see if he can ward that away. Camp with the max range melee, unreal with that hit. On back end, one pilot has died. However, multiple members have gone down. Nuki has survived the salvo core, tracking rockets incoming on a Boyka's position. Boyka has to eject. Nuki doesn't take the eject in time, unfortunate. And it's a Ronin v Ronin standoff with a bunch of pilots on the third party. Camp has a ton of health, layers his abilities well, layers his damage really well as well, but the charged rifles will rain down, and that's going to be that's going to be one round for Sin City, trying to make the comeback in this set. I think the call there to retreat was absolutely the right call for Titans. Very difficult to contest when you have a North Star. But the problem was that everyone got the memo, but Burn retreated on his own path. And because he retreats on his own path, he gets picked off, and that leaves the rest of his team in a bit of an awkward spot. Not a whole lot of space to be able to contest. Burn. Nookie under fire from multiple angles. Gonna opt to take up this mid position, trying to harass this Ronin. I like it. Get a little bit of chip damage where he can. Trying to make life a little easier on his Ronin. Okay. However, Boyka has been getting free reign of this left side, so he gets his entire angle of pressure. Linus with no movement. He's gonna be slowed down for a while. Has to be careful of these Stone Dragon rockets. Not gonna crouch behind the wall. Very nice though. Still gets the block anyway. Opposite in 360 misses Boyka. Unfortunate. 360 needs to go see if he can make a play, because that tone will come up behind him anytime now. Look at the amount of scramble there is. This mid battery is potentially up for contest. Oh, unfortunate! Bernadette blocks his teammate from clustering the battery. Great catch on the rockets. Unfortunately, the reflect wasn't really there. Camp will get the battery. Linus also gets a battery. Bernadette is the first one to fall again. Unfortunate. However, 360 has the flight core. He could potentially look to use it. Doesn't get the doom on a Boyka, but it will be the Ronin that should eventually clean that up, no problem. Oh, unfortunate miss on the S-Gamers North Star. Camp is here. Camp has popped the sword core. Camp is disengaging. Sally has engaged. However, incoming sword core. No, sword core doesn't find the mark. 360 still alive. 360 got the doom on a Sally. Already huge. Very nice job from Camp to buy as much time as he can for his team and opt to take the eject. And now the harass is good onto the Ronin. And one member out of their Titan, more than likely trying to pull the battery, if not trying to play pilot control. One pilot down. 3 Titans remain on the Leviathan side. North Star in mid has revealed itself. 360 seeing what he can get done as the pilot. He's trying to see if he can find this other pilot. S-Gamer barely not getting doomed. As 360 has spotted out the other pilot. S-Gamer has a lot of health to his name. 360's Titan is parked in a bit of an awkward spot. Linus should be the one to get the battery here. Great sonar from Nookie. I think he tried to either ping the North Star or try to ping the pilot, but regardless, that sonar is a great zone so that he can see exactly what's in mid. And just like that, the 360's pilot goes down. They still technically have advantage. The thing is, however, they might need to find a kill onto the enemy Titan. Oh, Linus in an awkward spot. Linus with no phase. Linus is pretty god he doesn't get doomed. Linus needs to go for this auto. He needs to kill this auto immediately. The rip is not going to be in time, actually. But however, the auto from the enemy team still stands. No, actually, the rip is in time. And because of that, the Leviathans will clutch out their first game against Sin City. 1-1 apiece is now the score. Camp has elected to defy the map bans and has just decided to outright ban North Star. 360 being a thorn in the side of the enemy team. And honestly, just even though they're all stuck in the back behind Star building, their defense somehow is phenomenal. And even though Burn fell down early, the work coming out from the remainder of the members of Leviathans is solid, and it's able to pull them through the last round of AC. Yeah, Betty making an excellent point in the chat. S-Gamer, of course, not being on a Legion is a very big deal. I'm not sure as to why he swapped off, but as he was saying, they lose pressure. As I've stated multiple times throughout watching Sin City run through this entire tournament, one of the keys for Sin City winning is they take the brawl. They don't play an extended fight. They just outright pull up. They get their position that they want by forcing their way through. They drop the Legion in there, and then they go in there and they kill the enemy team. But these extended fights, we've seen it time and time again, where the control aspect is in Leviathan's favor. Okay? Nuki clunked his seizing batteries, 360s landing shots with the railgun eventually. Linus, of course, able to live long enough so that he can enable the rest of his team. And so, here we go. Game 3. Okay? 3 out of 5. We're going to Complex. I honestly think that this is probably Sin City favorite. I think this is a map that they're going to be very comfortable on. And I think it's going to be up to the Leviathans to find their footing. However, I have heard many tales of Nuki taking the fight heads up with Tone on this map and him making it happen. So I'm very excited to see that. Meanwhile, it is going to be Nuki on the Tone, and meanwhile on the back end we have Sally Wally, S-Gamer on the Legion, Boyka on the North Star. Interestingly, I'm surprised he's not playing the Scorch for himself. But instead, is opted to select the North Star. Camp going to rotate around with his teammates, and he's going to go over there. Nobody is in Dome. Help! Sally's been spotted by Nuki. Now the Ion's just going to have free reign to throw a bunch of laser shots this direction. Cap is getting hammered in with cooldown. The Power Shot 1 comes out. Power Shot 2 comes out. Huge damage on the S-Gamer early. But that's not a lot of return. Oh, never mind. S-Gamer fires back with a 2-man Power Shot. S-Gamer himself is low, and Boyka is shooting through this hallway. They have multiple angles in mid, but the question is, when does the push come through? Push come through right now. Camp with the Sword Core. Power Shot comes out, 360, he's taking eject. Camp is doomed. Smart Core comes out. Smart Core does not find the mark onto the enemy. Camp goes in, he gets the swing on the 1, takes the eject. Has the AWOL, but isn't going to be able to survive the Tone. Meanwhile, Sally versus Bernadotte. Laser Core doesn't come out, actually. Instead, opts to hold it. S-Gamer will come back and pull the battery, as it's now Boyka and S-Gamer in mid. Zero comes out to find the kill, takes the eject, and Burn will get it, but he will trade his life in return. Thing come out. Rockets come out as well. It's just Nuki by himself against 2 with the Tone. Gonna be a very tough hill to climb. He does have health, but he has to be careful. I'm not sure if this North Star might circle around. It seems like that's the play. Here comes Boyka. Booker coming around the back. He's trying to look for this Doom. Nuki, already aware of it, takes the 1 shot, dashes away, still holding his section. These S-Gamer and Boyka don't need to peek up versus Tone at all. Preemptive Power Shot, doesn't find the mark. Tries to find a second shot, but unfortunately can't find it. Even then, they're not really in a position where they themselves can take too much damage. Tries to find the pilot. Oh, he barely gets away. Okay, Boyka from the Doom. Boyka misses the shot. Can't find the Doom. Oh, Nuki's in a position where he can potentially clutch out the game. He has the core to make it happen. Walks in, eats a Power Shot. Tries to find the pilot. Can't seem to find it. Nuki has to aggress very soon. Shot from Boyka. Tries to see if he can find the mark. Salvacore incoming. Salvacore rounds the corner. Nice defense coming out from the opposing team. Nuki's still alive. He isn't doomed, by the way. But the time will tick. S-Gamer and Company will win via Titan advantage. And that's going to be round 1 for Sin City. Nuki showing that he will not die. And he will live to fight another round. But that's one thing about Nuki. Nuki's damage mitigation is phenomenal. Couldn't find it with the core. Couldn't find it with the damage he was able to put out. But that's not to his fault by any means. The fact that he lived that long and didn't get doomed is impressive in its own right. Nuki's still going to select the Tone. Honestly, usually Tone is a bit of a weird pick on this map. I'm all for it. He's shown that he can do it. Let him cook. Okay? S-Gamer taking up mid. Boyka in the window trying to see what he can shoot. Doesn't seem to find a mark of the target. S-Gamer waiting for his Rona on the opposite side. Sally is going to take the Ion 1v1 versus Burn. Unfortunately, can't find another shot. Double pulls. Finds rockets onto Camp. Cap is going to eat a lot of sustained damage, trying to find a power shot. Power shot used. Nothing of value really gained. Arcwave is good, but the Ronans are just kind of soaking damage right now. Not really, both the Ronans couldn't really get much done. Rocking rockets on S-Gamer are good. On the opposite end, the Ions are still taking a 1v1 against each other. S-Gamer is really taking the front line for his teammates, but S-Gamer is currently about to get doomed. Actually, barely does it. Somehow, it's still not doomed. Meanwhile, Camp goes all the way in. He's trying to make it happen with the Sword Core. He has one Sword Core swing and a melee. Finds one. Finds another. Huge melee is coming up from Camp. Actually makes up a huge difference for S-Gamer in that exchange. Sally takes the fight versus Burn. He will lose. S-Gamer takes an Ajax, so he will have to be a pilot as well. Boyka now by himself, I believe, as it is 3 pilots to Sin City's name. Oh, Boyka might be able to find a shot onto this Ronin. No, he finds a shot onto the Ion. Now the North Star has been called out, so they will opt to respect his presence. Camp tries to find the Kraber shot. Can he find this other one? No, unfortunately. 2 misses. Not very good look for Camp. And he will go down to the Ion. Sally's going to get the battery for Boyka. Never mind, Boyka will just get the battery himself, but in doing so, he'll get slightly punished. Not the end of the world. He has a ton of health to work with. However, he doesn't have a whole lot of other help to him. One shot is good. And Leviathans do not need to peek out versus him. The same way as Sin City won the last round, Leviathans will win this round. They don't need to aggress onto this North Star. They don't need to chase. It's up to the North Star to make the play. And Boyka is going to need the flight core of his life. I don't know how else he's going to win this round. All 3 members are just booking it. So, not a whole lot Boyka can do here. 15 seconds remain. Both Titans are just absolutely leaving them in the dust. Gets out, tries to take the pilot one, and it will be 360! Beating Boyka to the draw on the pilot fight. So here we are, we've seen 2 rounds go the way of the classic Titan advantage. You got more Titans than your opponent, then you win the round. Last Titan standing is the name of the game, and we're going to continue our grand final set. 1-1 is the score in terms of game score, and now also round score for our game 3. Boyka has now selected the Tone. Interesting strategy. I actually do like Tone on this side because Tone can heads up fight the Ion really well. I'm going to see how Boyka decides to play it versus Bernard. I'm not sure if Bernard is expecting a Tone. He's seen the sonar. He now knows there's a Tone here. Boyka hasn't seen anyone yet. Opposite end. Camp has spotted a few members in mid. It's going to be Nuki taking mid. Nuki's been arced once. Nuki's been arced twice. Nuki has lost half his health. And that's a great punish. On opposite end, great power shot. Linus has come in. Linus has now the aggression. Hits S-Gamer with another arc wave. S-Gamer's down a lot of health. The Ions, it looks like they're fighting on the left side. Camp has core. Camp going in aggressively. He's going to try to start the party for his team. But look how much health he's missing. Baits out that power shot. Very nice shot from Camp, but Camp is doomed. 1, 2. Unfortunately, 360 has put up a gun shield. 360 is going to have to eject. But 2 members fall down for the enemy team. There's a shot from Sally. Doesn't find the mark. However, 1v1 can go either way. Great power shot from S-Gamer. S-Gamer continues to live. S-Gamer is taking eject. And Sally with a Doom Bar is the last Titan remaining. He has to live against so much opposition. Oh, and it will be Linus coming around the corner with the ultimate with the melee. Sally wasn't ready. And that's going to be another round for the Leviathans. Even though Camp all-in Nuki and got a huge punish, his team took a lot of return damage. I see his team in terms of himself and S-Gamer losing over half for that aggression. Stepped a little too far forward. Nuki baited them successfully. And then after that, the mitigation on the Sword Core was also phenomenal, denying Camp in his tracks, getting the Doom. But Camp almost made it happen because 360 put up the gun shield, not able to melee box away from the Sword Core. And on the opposite end, Bernadotte clutches out the 1v1 versus Sally. Even though things were looking south for him, he ends up making it up enough for his teammate to clean up the game. Camp will get the battery, and this time it's Boyka actually being aggressive on this side. He's been spotted out by 360's Legion. Milky is here. Tracking rockets come up. Boyka's been forced away, and however, this time around, S-Gamer and company are the ones taking the aggression on up this specific side. Look at this. Sin City are like dipping in and out between the sides they're aggressing on. I like this a lot. They are just taking the fight to the enemy team. Like I've stated before, they want to brawl. This time around, instead of holding their good position, they're opting to play their strengths. They're opting to just go in. Sword Core has been activated by Camp. Very nice, phenomenal block. 360 is going to have to take an eject. And it's going to be one Titan remaining. It's just going to be Linus by... Actually, not... Yeah, it's going to be Linus by himself. Sword Core's been activated. Linus can't find the Doom. Boyka's going to have to take an eject. And that's going to be the end of the round. What a phenomenal play from Sin City. That was honestly something only Sin City could put off. They opt to play an in and out kind of style. One side fades in, puts the pressure, puts the aggro. The other side fades in with Boyka specifically on the tone, coming in, harassing, and then he dips out, taking minimal damage. Very phenomenal, tactically played from Sin City. That is something only a true team with synergy can accomplish. And they are going to even up the round score because of it. Camp's going to get that battery, no problem. Boyka now going to take this right side. I think the call might actually just be just full collapse on a Boyka. Boyka beating Nuki to the locks. Boyka eating a little bit of damage, but that's relatively fine. Boyka is fine, so Camp going to opt to rotate back into mid. Catches Linus. 3 members are advancing up this mid area. However, 3 members strong right back. Ooh, a lot of damage rings out both ways, but it seems that I think that Camp's team is slightly ahead. Nice catch coming off from Sally. Sally's been doing a great job of mitigating damage, and it's going to be Linus who the one who is doomed first. Linus is going to be taking out the equation. It's just going to be Nuki and 360. However, even though Camp has to go up, 360 follows shortly after. Tracking rockets come out. Well, opposite end. Burn is going to get laser cored. He's not aware. He tries to take the heads up laser core fight versus Sally, and that's going to get the Doom at least, but I don't think that's enough. Nuki trying to see what he can find. He's trying to see if he can get salvo core at least. Dash power shot. A little too early from S-Gamer. Not going to be able to find the mark. Nuki's probably already dead and gone through the hallway. Not too far enough for that play. Camp going to come around the corner with the Grav Star. Trying to see if he can find the pilot. Can't seem to find the pilot. As Nuki has fired the salvo core out. He got a lot of value, but couldn't get the kill on the Sally. And because of that, he opts to disembark. He knows that it's over. And that's going to be the end of that game. 2-1 lead for Sin City. Remember what I talked about before? I think Sin City gets a loser bracket power up. Usually their grand final sets are really long, and we're seeing it right now. They're taking it to the Leviathans. Now, at this point, one of two things can happen. Either we get a tie set, or Sin City will reset the bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we're just waiting for one of the players to come back from the bathroom. And we'll continue our grand final set. Currently, right now the score, with the team on the right being Sin City up 2-1. They, however, came from the losers bracket. Leviathans are the one that sent them the losers, so this is a run back. Okay? And we're looking at a potential long set run back. If Sin City wins, we'll get another whole new 3 out of 5 set. Or alternatively, it's going to come up to the Leviathans to potentially tie the game. If not, maybe win this entire tournament with 2 straight games. Here we go. They're opting to run AC back. They saw victory on AC earlier. It was a little messy, but they got it done. They want these wider maps so they have a bit more space to move around. But we're going to see what kind of adjustment Sin City can make. They made the adjustment on Colony, where initially they lost Colony, but after they fully adjusted, they won that map without question, only dropping 1 round. And this time around, we're going to see if they can make it happen again on AC. Linus going to be the Ronin. Nuki going to take this left side as Tone, like he did last time. And it's going to be Boyka on the Tone. North Star coming out again. They're going to have Eskimer on the North Star, I think. Linus holding this right side. Nuki stuck a little bit awkwardly on this side as he had to waste Particle Wall early. Needs 2 laser shots for his trouble. 360 not on the mark with the shots. Finds one on the camp there. Nice shot on an Eskimer there, but not a full charge, so not the end of the world. It's going to be Boyka versus Burn. So far, Burn is kind of losing the 1v1 trade. He's using a lot of health to this 40 mil plus tracking rocket combo. However, the opposite end, Sally is doomed. Sally has opted to take the eject. Ping onto the wall to see the pilot. Very nice job coming out from Nuki. They'll secure 1 pick for themselves. 360, trying to see what kind of damage he can find with this North Star. He's stuck in a bit of an awkward spot. Opposite end. It will be Linus that cleans up camp. That's going to be another member of Sin City falling down. And meanwhile, Nuki, look at how healthy Nuki is. He's about to get multiple sets of lock-ons. He got 1 set, actually. Boyka hasn't opted to back up, which is nice. And actually, I like that grab star a lot from Camp. Camp thought he pulled a battery. Nuki wasn't greedy. Decided to instead just play his life. Nuki about to anchor for his teammate, Ronin. 2 sets of rockets fired out. None of them don't find the mark. Regardless, they're just there to zone. Boyka has the salvo core. And 1 Titan does fall. for the Leviathans. It's going to be Bernstein, it looks like. Opposite end 360 has also taken an eject. And now he's here to harass with his charge rifle. Gas Gamer has taken the flight core all in, but he will get shot out of the sky by the salvo core. Very nice job from Nookie. Again, look at how much Nookie is doing. He is anchored for his team. He's killed the North Star. And now he's coming face to face with a salvo core. How he's going to opt to mitigate this damage if he can? Does he make it around the wall in time? He does! What a phenomenal movement from the Tone player. Nookie showing why he's one of the best players currently in the scene. Gets a shot onto Boyka. Doesn't find the rocket curve, but that's completely fine. Boyka will get hunted down by the pilot, and that's going to be the end of the first round. Leviathans hold on, and they try to halt Sin City's momentum.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
Here we are. We're going straight back into it. Leviathans barely find that game win. But find it they do. Nookie's going to fire the sonar pulse. Actually doesn't land the pulse. Unfortunate, but regardless, he will not take that much damage. Again, Nookie not taking damage has been phenomenal. Elbow Basher, thankfully doesn't take too much damage himself. Burn It Out will walk up the right side. And it will be Linus aggressing on the 2. However, Camp does get the battery. Camp now in control to play relatively aggressive. On the opposite end, Boyka might be the target though. Which, if so, could be potentially big. Actually, huge damage on the Camp instead. The engage on the Camp is super solid. Now we're going to continue to take that 1v1. Meanwhile, Bernadette and Nookie will hold this left side, and Bernadette and Linus will hold the right side. But they haven't been able to isolate a target yet. And it's going to be the collapse on a Nookie, which I think is the correct play. Sorko comes out on a Nookie. That is probably going to take him out the game. Oh, Nookie out of ammo. Nookie has to take an eject. Unfortunate. However, he does survive as a pilot. And his pilot is not to be trifled with whatsoever. And that's also Camp's sword core pop. Laser shot comes out onto Bernadette. Bernadette is super low. 360 is trying to back out all the way, but they're not in very relevant positions. Burn finds a good laser shot on Sally. Great shot by 360. And Nookie will find the goose on the Camp. Very nice shots coming up from the pilot. Bernadette trying to back away from the opposing Ion, trying to keep the Titan Advantage Dream alive. Nookie has the battery. 360 has to avoid the rockets. He does. Saves his pilot. And because of that, he has a battery. He has Flight Core online, I believe, at this point. At least he should. Trying to see what he can get done. Oh, unfortunately, Bernadette falls to the Ion that is behind him. Flight Core onto the laser coring Ion. Will get the kill. A little bit too close for comfort. He actually might die here. Nice shot from 360. Buys himself a lot more time with that. The problem is that he is 1 HP in a dream, and Boyka has a ton of health to work with. But not outside of the realm of possibility. One charge rifle shot after another land. 360 will kill the auto at least. But it's up to 360 to find some shots onto the stone. Only 16 seconds left. He's got to make offense onto this stone. Gets the battery, so he buys himself a little bit of time, but he needs to go in right now. Boyka's not going to peek out. He's just going to play the health advantage game. He's in the garage for sure. He's just waiting it out. And that's going to be the end of the round. Couldn't make it happen. Could Leviathan in the long run that time? And Sin City will even up the round count.
The rodents all transferred to pilot.
Sin City. Not out of the set by any means. The last time they lost this Angel City game. I don't think they were convinced about that either. And they want to prove the point that they can win this map. Linus is going into mid. Seeing what he sees. Hasn't seen much yet. Gonna go up left side. And Bernadette has spotted something to the left. More than likely gonna be Boyka walking up the far left again. And there he is. Unfortunately missed on the punish from Bernadette. Nuki has the mid position all to himself. Finds the lock-ons. Unfortunately most of them do hit the wall. And he is now going to get harassed from the side. Linus kind of hasn't really been doing a whole lot. It's been kind of sitting on his hands. Very nice punch from Bernadette. Opts to just not play the reflect game. Takes the punch. Has the vortex for his Ronin. Thankfully does defend very well. However, he's in a rock and a hard place. Both arcs thrown. Linus has been kind of getting the heads up on Camp, I've noticed in a few of these engagements. But Camp has been a bit more clutch with the sword core. And look again, they're playing this back alley area. Boyka has been spotted. Ooh, that's kind of a bad arc move from Linus. And a bad face too. Not really going to net him too much value. And not much more aggression onto the tone. Great job mitigating the tracking rockets. However, Camp tries to look to be all in. Camp thankfully doesn't get doomed and doesn't die. Sword core has been activated by Linus. Linus going to go in onto Boyka. Very nice layered defense from Boyka. He's going to continue to live. Matter of fact, it's going to be Linus the one that's going to get doomed. Nope, tries to find the punch. Finds the tracking rockets on Linus. Linus continues to survive, which is very good. Nuki now in a bit of an awkward spot. No, he didn't find a splat shot like he wanted. Oh no, that's kind of a huge blunder. At 360 opts a disembark and his North Star gets killed. This is a very bad spot for the Leviathans as things are just falling apart for them. 360 needs to find this pilot before it's too late. And no, it will be too late. Linus gets shot down by the pilots. And that will be another round for Sin City. There's a few things that kind of happened that round where Linus kind of jumbles his cooldowns a little bit against the tone in terms of aggro. He could have full aggro on a Boyka and gotten that kill that way. He fumbles the sword core a little bit. Boyka with phenomenal defense on his part.
We haven't lost yet.
And even then, the pilot boy coming out from Sin City, they find more value than Leviathans do. And Leviathans right now are in a position where they need to buckle down and hold momentum for themselves. Nuki gonna take up this left side. Spots Boyka out, but now he doesn't have a particle wall against Boyka's assault when Boyka comes around this left side. Instead, gonna opt to back up. That's gonna be a catch from the Ion Sally, for sure. As Nuki might try to just heads up fight this lane. Which can be a bit of a dicey situation as Nuki is between the entire enemy team. Doesn't opt to Sonar. Sonar's a little late, but regardless, the fact that he's alive is impressive on its own. One Titan goes down. Bernadette holding versus Camp. Is very well held. Nuki is still alive and is a full Doom bar. Phenomenally for himself, but here comes Camp. Camp is about to go in with this sword core. We're going to see what he can make happen. Linus holding multiple members on his own, which is good. Which means that Camp doesn't have as much support as he would like. And meanwhile, Camp getting melee box rate 360. That is something 360 is very good at. And Nuki tried to go for the all-in on Camp and fails to find it. And now he himself will die instead. He thought he would get the rip on a Camp. Very greedy play. North Star goes down. Ion to follow. Huge blunder coming up from Leviathans as the game is ripped away from them. And that's a bracket reset. Sin City has reset the bracket. 3-1 first set their favor. Now there's still one more bracket to be played. If I'm going to be honest, it's looking a little shaky for the Leviathans. Things are kind of slipping away for them. They need to buckle down and hold out for the rest of this set. Otherwise, Sin City is going to run the train on them. Look, he tried to make the play there. He thought the Ronin wouldn't block, or he thought he'd just have enough outright damage where he could get the Doom and then get the rip on a Camp. But instead, he doesn't have the damage that he thought he would. And then he goes in there, tries to get the rip. He himself instead gets ripped. The team around him dies one after another immediately. The cores rain out, and suddenly the game is over. Unforeseen event, yep. Right now, of course, teams running back their picks and bans. You know, of course, if you don't like a map, don't play it. They really don't want to play Exoplanet. I'm kind of surprised they don't. I thought that'd be a map towards more of their playstyle. But you know, some people prefer it, some people don't. The main reason why they're taking away Exoplanet is, again, they don't want to play a long range map, and also they don't want to deal with 360's North Star on that map. 360 has been solely playing the North Star, and so they just want to. They don't want to deal with it. We're taking a second. Score, for those of you wondering, this is a bracket reset. Okay, meaning both teams have entered the losers bracket. Score right now for the new bracket is 0-0. Reset just happened. Sin City won their game on Angel City, taking that first set 3-1. And so, we're taking our time to deliberate. Leviathans have got to hold Sin City's momentum, because right now Sin City is looking unstoppable. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Grand Finals is best of 5. Only everything else is best of 3. So, we're in it for a long set. I will say, while we're taking our time to figure out like where we're going, or we're going to dry dock as teams, well, we're taking our time to figure out where we're going to go. I do think it's kind of a little bit funny that like most of these VODs, most of the time, end up being the fact that Grand Finals is like a third of the VOD. That just tells you that we have some really intense grand finals. And we're going to keep that ball rolling. We're going to go to Dry Dock. New set. Same old maps. Dry Dock is the pick. This is a map that... Again, this is another map I think can go either way, but... This is a map I think Leviathan is... Leviathan might be slightly favored. They've shown their team play is relatively strong, but they have S-Gamer on the Legion, which I think is going to be really good for them. Sally, oh, unfortunately, Camp arcing his teammates' tripwire and making him take damage. The classic, we've seen that cost him a tournament set before. But it's not going to cost him one here today. They're going to get forced out of mid and potentially pull this battery. But no, actually, they don't have to pull the battery. They have to just hold aggro into mid. Bernadette is getting chipped down a lot, however. And the opposite end, Boyka does take some damage. Meanwhile, however... See, the thing with this map is that a lot of it is attrition based. Sure. That's another good arc wave. Look at the enemy team's health. A lot of them just have about a bar to their names, except for Nuki. Nuki somehow is phenomenal at mitigating a ton of damage. Sally's going to pull a battery for his team, and S-Gamer is going to have the smart code to his name. Camp is very close to getting doomed, but not about, as Sally is here, and Sally has the laser core if he wants to aggress further in. Sally might lead the charge here. He has no energy. Multiple sets of rockets come out. Smart core, laser core combine. One member goes down. Two members go down. Nuki thankfully blocks the set of rockets. One member goes up. It's 2v2 now. But Nuki has the salvo core, I'm pretty sure, relatively soon. Sally and Camp are both still alive. Rockets have been thrown. Nuki's still being harassed. I like how patient they are playing towards Nuki's tone. This is respect that has been earned. Tracking rocket locks. Has to phase to save the pilot. And now Camp will get a battery. This is going to open the gates for them and allow them to play a bit more aggressively. And Nuki, who's been by himself, now has the support of the Ion. Now, the thing is, Ion, Ronin, stronger than Ion. Tone, very nice dodge from Nuki. Nuki going to throw off the salvo core, but not going to find the value that he wants. Camp going to go in. Camp going to potentially find a melee. No, instead, he's just going to use the sword core to bully space, and that's going to leave enough room for Sally to get the kill. I like that call from Camp. Camp tells them to give Sally the battery. In case I fail, Sally will prevail. And it's just going to be burned by himself. Nowhere to go. No way to win this round. This first round will go towards Sin City. Nuki had the salvo core. He had the way to get them back into the game, but he couldn't find the damage he was looking for.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
S-Gamer taking up the rounds of the Legion. Gotta take up this mid-window side. Trying to see what kind of power we can find. Try to crash up the window. No dice. Completely fine. Long range mode. Great shot on a Bernadette. Bernadette wasn't looking through the window. Again, this has been a common theme of this game, is that Bernadette keeps getting chipped down. Nuki versus Boyka. Nuki's just gonna hold top side. Not gonna opt to flank around. Doesn't feel that he needs to just yet. The tone only one continues. This attrition in mid. I like where Sin City and company are standing. They're standing pretty far away from each other, not trying to let themselves get grouped up and take a ton of damage. Sally Wally takes a little bit there, but the battery is claimed. Linus and company now have a huge advantage for themselves. Tries to go for one melee and only one melee only. Tripwires, respect for each other, opts to back off. Scary takes a little bit of damage, but he has relatively full health, so he's going to be more than happy to take that. And he's going to take this back angle and try to see what he can make happen. But actually, it could just be the fact that they've just decided to rotate out of mid, decides holding mid is not relatively worth it. I like Sally weaving in. Oh, huge power shot from S-Gamer! I think he hit like 3 members, and with that, Camp will fall in with a sword core. And just like that, the aggression from Leviathan has been completely shut down. Multiple members die. As a matter of fact, all their team members die. Holy moly! S-Gamer absolutely won that round for his team. Leviathan thinks it's safe to go in. They don't recognize where S-Gamer is. And S-Gamer actually ends up wrapping back around and hits a 3-man power shot. And all lights scream go. Holy moly.
We're doing great, team. They don't have a chance.
Right now, Leviathans are looking, I'm going to be honest, Leviathans look lost. I'm not entirely sure what they can do to get back into this game, but that has got to be a huge blow to your momentum and to your mental. One power shot comes in, hits 360, very good damage on him. S-Gamer takes a decent amount of follow-up damage, however. Tries to find another power shot to himself. Now Camp will get off with the battery now that he has enough space for it. Ion's out of energy. But Camp has the battery, so I doubt the aggression is going to happen. Boyka versus Nuki. This time I think Boyka is the one who is actually winning the 1v1. We saw earlier how Nuki lost, but this time around it seems Boyka's winning. Camp has aggressed all the way in. Now it's going to be take the fight onto the Legion. 360 is forced to throw all this damage towards Camp, and because of that, the enemy team will make their way in. Lasercore comes out, but actually it's going to be multiple members falling on the opposite end. The hold is really good coming out from the opposing team. Camp by himself. Camp going to go down. And an excellent hold from the Leviathans will keep them in this game. That is precisely textbook how you stop offense on this side. Bernadotte comes up, holds mid. Even though the Ronin made all the space back up, their push was slightly too slow. And even then, the Ronin rotates over, opts to hold Camp at bay. And even though while the Ronin is being held by 2, his teammates just can't find their way in. Likely body blocked by the Ion, I'd imagine. Lasercore comes out and shuts down multiple members. And so here we are. Still in the game, are they? The Leviathans trying to aggress on S-Gamer, can't seem to find as much damage as they want to. Tripwire does surprisingly hit S-Gamer, unfortunately. Captain Company. Nice power shot coming out. On the opposite end, Boyka loses the 1v1 to Nuki. Nuki will walk away with that one clean. Now he has free option in the mid. Camp does get the battery, and now here we go. Aggression into mid. The Vortex blocked most of Camp's bullets! That's so unfortunate! So aggression will not be the name of the game. Camp now needs to take a reload. As now someone's behind them. It's gonna... something is behind them. Meanwhile, Camp unfortunately eats a full salvo of rockets. Going to be Camp taking on Nuki. Nuki trying to, S-Gamer trying to find the power shot on multiple members. As now they're all just kind of stuck in mid. Fire rounds have been thrown, but now Camp has cores. Multiple cores come out. Laser core and sword core have both been expended. Smart core as well. Somehow there's still 3 Titans standing on both sides. I have corrected myself. 1 Titan has fallen. 2 doomed in mid, but I imagine that 360 might be... Oh, yes, 360 still alive. He hits a great power shot on the 1, and a smart core comes out. S-Gamer trying to see if he can find the rodeo, perhaps. No, he finds the doom. Charge rifle shot is good. Great 180 power shot from 360, trying to see if he can find the kill. But regardless, Camp is being zoned out by Linus. Sally And Linus, you gotta come up huge here, man. And Linus will get one, but Linus, can you find the other? Camp getting chipped down by the pilot. Linus nowhere to be seen. Not sure where Linus is gone. Linus is actually chasing Camp. They're trying to get an even game. One shot is good. Linus, you need to be very careful. Don't get ripped, Linus. Oh, he played phenomenally. Very good job from Linus. He just decided to not scramble. He decided to react to what Camp was doing. Camp knew that if he wanted to win the round, he had to look for an all-in. Linus plays well. He decides to phase the other direction. Doesn't opt to try for any fancy phase rip. He knows he has the pilot. Round ends smoothly. And now we're at a tied first game of a grand finals reset. Boyka's going to go right side. He's going to opt to play the North Star and opt to peek over and get a bunch of free damage. It's going to be very difficult to collapse on him from this situation. I like the heads-up play from Sin City. Opted to try new strategies rather than just repeating the same old ones over and over. And now Boyka is here. He unfortunately misses the cluster, which is actually a little fine. But now it's up to Leviathans to play aggressive in the mid, but they're not going to be able to. 360 is just going to eat damage, and 360 is going to be forced to eject immediately already. Burnot not there on the coverage. The Sword Core is in play and activated. Linus is going to die, and that's already 2 key members out of the game. I don't think that Sin City is going to be giving up this game, as another member of the Leviathans will fall. 2 pilots to their name. 1 Nuki Clunk stands alone. And he himself is doomed, and he has 2 members looking at him. S-Gamer Company just trying to find the pilot. Pilot goes down. Nuki goes down after. And that's going to be the end of that game 1. Sin City walk with it. Not ready for that tactics adjustment are Leviathans, and that's going to spill them a 0-1 difference. Sin City on top. Again, Sin City, they still have a ton of momentum. Leviathans have to find a way back into the set. They opted to change their tactics. Instead of running the same things that had mixed results, they opted to change up their playstyle. Decided to put the North Star on, decided to go rotate far right side as no one was contesting it. And because of that, the Leviathans aren't ready to switch up their tactics. Typically, if the North Star is rotating far right side, you just full rush mid. The enemy team is in a 3v4. Sure, the North Star might poke you in the back a little bit, but if you full rush mid with your aggressive combo of Legion, plus Legion, Ronin, plus Ion, you typically should just win that fight outright, provided you play well. But that's not how that cookie crumbles. They try to just hold their position. They try to play the control game. But they're already outpositioned and they're already outgunned. And because of that, the fight doesn't go their way. But here we are. Game 2. We're going to Boomtown. We're going to see if Leviathan can pick themselves up, because right now it's looking a little bit rough for them. Now, however, it's not over. They're a phenomenal team, and they can make it happen. But right now, Sin City is just on fire. Right now, looking like they are the ones in the driver's seat for the set. Game 2, we're going to Boomtown, the classic. Nothing really needs to be said. Line is still on the Ronin. Nuki still on the Tone, and Burn still on the Ion. This cluster side is a little bit cheeky coming out from 360. And now it's going to be Nuki taking the heads-up fight versus Boyka. Cluster off the mark, unfortunately. That's going to be a good battery for Camp and Company. Linus needs to make advantage with the fact that he has a battery and his enemies does not. He's here to contest. Drop down E-Smoke and a tripwire is not ideal. Great shots on the Camp, however. Sally in the corner of death. He has been taken care of. Another good damage trade coming up from Camp. And meanwhile, on the opposite end, Nuki seems to be winning his 1v1 against Boyka. Going to find the Doom with those sets of rockets. Meanwhile, 360 with the charge rifle, the railgun shots, has been finding the mark this time around. Burn trying to find the pilot. But at this point, I think if I am the Leviathan's team, I would just ignore the pilot and try to go straight forward towards all the Titans. The Titans seem to be in a bit of an isolated position. And sure enough, that might be the plan as Sorko comes out onto S-Gamer. S-Gamer has taken eject. He does survive, actually. Very good discipline from S-Gamer to not take the pilot duel there. As now the pilots are starting to become an issue, but if they can isolate this last Titan, with it being Camp. Actually, no, they don't even need to worry about isolating Camp because they've actually taken out most of the pilots already. One more pilot remains. And 360, by the way, has full health with 1 minute left into the round. Not even a scratch on this North Star. Couldn't find the shot over the piece there, but regardless, this should just be a round outright for Leviathans. I don't think there is a single way, as good as Camp is, that he can clutch this game out. That is one. That is a salvo core, and he has made it both those things. That is a start. Burn trying to all in. 360 with the flight core covering his teammate. And that will be one round for Leviathans. Leviathans are starting to salvage the set, but they have to keep it going. They have, I think at this point, they would need to go up 2-0. If not, win this game. Alright? At the bare minimum. To show that they are still in it, and they're still willing to play. I'm going to go with Bernadette on this one. Bernadette does not see anything. He sees 2 on right, actually. And gets a good amount of damage. Camp all-inning the enemy Titan. There will be no respect here. Matter of fact, your Titan is dead. They just full blitz right side. Again, they're not ready for the enemy team to change up tactics. And now it's gonna be Bernadette is the next target. Very good catch from Burn. Getting stuck. Oh, very nice, phenomenal arc wave from Camp. He's gonna arc wave 2 members over that wall, and because of that, the back flank completely falls apart. And because of that, one after another, do the members of Leviathan fall. 360 gets one, but 360 will not get another. Denied by the Ion. Sally with the laser shot into laser core combo. But like, we keep seeing it. SC just changes tactics. They're not going to run your standard game plan. They're going to do things that they know that work. Okay? And they are just going to run their game plan. They are confident as a team, and they've been playing long enough together that they have that team synergy. And the one thing that I have heard from them in comms is that whatever you call Camp, we will follow you. And I think having that respect and that faith in your shot caller is such a beautiful thing to have. Linus is going to pull the battery. He'll get it. I'm surprised he still went for a pull even after what happened last time. But regardless, he will get it and he will be safely back in his Titan. Nice shot from 360. Going to get a bar of an S-Gamer. Linus going to have to back up from Camp. Camp has a huge advantage over him. That's going to be Camp making the play on the opposite end. It's going to be a 1v1 between Tones. Actually, just kidding. It's no longer a 1v1. Camp has shown up, and Camp will make all the difference. Boyka is doomed. Can Nuki find the charge rifle shots? He does. He finds the charge rifle shots. Boyka now forced into the air. And it will be Nuki that finds the goose. Great return damage from Bernadotte onto the opposing North Star. But here comes the Sword Core. Laser Core also to cover the Sword Core. Linus hasn't taken an eject, has taken an eject now. Very good stuff from Linus. Gets a lot of return damage, but S-Gamer will take out the pilot. Nuki almost follows suit. Very close. And now it's just 360 on the North Star. S-Gamer might fall down relatively soon. Opts to take a disembark, which I think is good. But it's Camp with a battery and 2 pilots. Oh, unfortunate. His cluster missile hit the wall. He's getting chipped down by pilots. Head glitch too. Unfortunate. This is definitely the end of the round. 360 is definitely dead here. No way S-Gamer misses that shot. He's not going to pull an extra today. He will hit the North Star, and that's going to be the end of that round. Again, Sin City with all the momentum. They look unstoppable.
Welcome back, pilot.
They aren't winning by much. Take them out, 6-4.
Just right now, Leviathan's unable to find their footings, and this is kind of a repeat of what happened last time, where they beat the other team that was favored to win the tournament, but then they get to a rematch, and the rematch does not go their way at all. Nuki versus Boyka on this side. On the opposite side, we have Linus taking up this mid position. Linus has avoided the power shot. Linus could look for aggression. No, actually opts to just respect Camp. 2 shots have been thrown out. 3 shots have been thrown out. Look at Camp. Camp just bullying Linus out of his position. Does not feel safe where he is. Doesn't want to get aggressed on by multiple members. Sally is now the target. And however, Linus doesn't know that he has Camp right behind him. Nice shot from Nuki. He's going to find one. And now it's going to be S-Gamer who is the target. Ooh, huge damage on an S-Gamer. S-Gamer too. But Linus gets ripped in all the chaos. That might be the end of the round. That definitely might spell the end of the round. But however, 3 healthy members, but now Bernadotte is going to be next to fall more than likely. That melee does push him relatively far. Laser Core does get Sally to go up, and he wins the pilot duel, so it does even out a trade. And on the opposite end, Nuki does win versus Boyka. Now it's Camp all by himself, and he was going to have to come up huge against the pilot plus multiple members of Leviathans. There is a tether there, but he saved his phase, and now he has to make up a ton of ground versus 360. 360, you need to run for your life. Why would you go that way? Oh my goodness, somehow he's still alive. The rodent is still chasing in full force. Hover over the wall, please make it over the wall, and he does. He's still surviving. He actually held his ground. Bernadotte has made it on the 2. Camp's back. Camp has the phase. No, he doesn't. And because of that, Leviathan still hold on. Wait a minute. That might have been what they needed to survive and keep themselves in the game. But even then, Sin City crawling at their heels.
Victories are yours. We are stronger united.
This round right here probably decides our grand finals. Okay? whether or not Sin City escapes and with momentum, or does Leviathans even it up? It all comes down to these next few decisions. Oval not able to find the goose on the camp. On the opposite end. Linus doesn't get the battery. Linus doesn't get the battery. This is a huge deal for his team. Them not able to get them. Camp didn't block the railgun. There's so many micro decisions that are happening that might actually end up being a round victory for these teams. Linus got the battery now. Linus is in the driver's seat. He can potentially win the game for his team. Opposite end, Boyka and Nuki are still fighting. Boyka took his reload a little late, but the walls are about to go down at the same time. 2 shots to the dome. Oh, intense tone 1v1. Salvacore comes out. Obstacle to eject. Can't find the pilot. Looks like it's going to be kind of a draw between these two players. However, the Storker comes out on the opposite end. And it's going to be another member that falls. I think that might have been Linus. Linus had to take an eject. Burnout doesn't go for the laser shot. Instead, opts to play his life. Camp is doomed in the back. Burn can't find the shots onto the Legion. Legion does get doomed, which is very nice. Very nice shot on the S-Gamer. S-Gamer might have to take an eject relatively soon, and he does. Linus has to be careful of S-Gamer's pilot. The S-Gamer pilot could become huge and kill all these other pilots. 360 has so much health. They can afford to play passive here. Oh my goodness. Burn was punching the entirely wrong direction, but it is completely fine because the pilot still dies. Because of that, Burn will get a battery. Linus will grant him another chance at life. And because of that, Camp is a doom bar. He's trying to find offense. He takes out one. However, the opposite end, his Ion does fall. Camp all by himself. One pilot goes down by the hands of Nuki. Ooh, another not blocked railgun. Camp all by himself. That's going to be the end. Leviathan is still in this set. They continue to live and breathe, and they have evened up grand finals. Now, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. That Boomtown game was still really close, okay? So they've stumbled. Sin City stumbled a little bit. They tripped a little bit, but I still kind of think momentum might be in their favor. However, that's a great win for Leviathans. It's granted them a pressure threat there. And now they are... And now they're about even. They can take a breath. They can recalculate. And now they can see how far they want to push this. And I love it. The chat right now, they're going back and forth on who they want to win, all right? Some people want S-Gamer and company to win. Some people want 360 and company to win. You know what I mean? I love it. Okay? I am here to see some amazing Titanfall 2, and that what has been delivered so far on this stream today. Top level talent, insane plays that I have never seen before, and of course, all blessed by a long set grand finals. Unreal. ladies and gentlemen. You know, shout out to Sin City. Sin City always be giving us some of the best grand finals I think we always have. No, Benny. Here's the thing, right? I'll be honest. Here's the thing about Benny's take, right? Is that he's right. That is respect. It's like, yeah, I like you, but I don't want you to win. That's respect. That's respect. That's me and my homies, me and my friends when we play fighting games. I'm like, yeah, I like you, but I also don't want you to win. It's that loving toxicity. I would know it's tough love. Also, Star, since you're here, Star, I need you to lock in. Alright? Respectfully. Respectfully, Star, you need to lock in. Wake up. Rooting for you. So, we have a little bit of downtime until the Grands resume. Somebody's taking a piss break. You know what I mean? Just how it be. We've been here probably about an hour now through this Grand Final set. And we are not even all the way through. We're only at Game 3 of Set 2. And who knows how many more games we're going to get. Lock in how? Dog, you make a decision, you stick with it. Simple. Alright? You'll see. You'll see. Alright. Here we go, debating picks and bans. They have banned Crash Site and Complex. They're like, alright, Complex, y'all got it. Okay? I think Complex is a respect ban. That was like, okay. We got messed up on that map. And of course they're not going to want to play Crash Site. They don't want to give the Brawl team the Brawl. And announce to people in the chat, no, these are not the same two bans. They opted to ban Complex this time around. The reason they banned Complex is because earlier in the set they played Complex. And it did not go very well for them. They don't want to deal with that stuff again. So instead now, Glitch is open. And instead we're not going there. We're going to War Games. This is the first War Games pick of the day. I kind of like this pick, actually. Mainly because if there's one thing that SC has shown us throughout the entire set, is that they're willing to change tactics. There is a lot of flexibility to be had on a map like War Games. So I think that it might give them a leg up over the Leviathans, specifically for this type of map. But we're going to see. Which team goes further forward? 1-1 as the set in is the score in our reset bracket. And we're going to see which team goes up 2-1. Will it be the Leviathans or will Sin City continue? They've tripped a little bit on their way up. But we're going to see how things go. Boyka is going to be the North Star of choice. And he's going to circle around this right side and see what he can find. He has pulled up. Nice pre-aim. Tries to find the cluster goose. But Camp has survived. Camp will be late to the party. They haven't caught on to the fact that Camp is actually extremely late. No mid pull has happened. As a matter of fact, they might take mid. No, actually they just pulled the... No, actually I think they did get mid. Great shot from 360. And it's going to be Camp fighting heads up versus Nookie. Nookie took a ton of damage, and Nookie has to now walk awkwardly through the middle section of the map. Kind of surprised that Nookie isn't outright doomed, but hey, you take what you can get. Boyka try to take the 1v1 for 360 on the right side. And it's going to be multiple members that are super hurt down middle. S-Gamer has popped the smart core, already bullying outright through this section of the map. 360, winning his 1v1 still. I am not sure who Camp is hunting down with his sword core. I think he thought the North Star was over here, but the North Star did not show up. But regardless, one member will go up to the air. And it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Matter of fact, that pilot will go down. S-Gamer has actually tried to get the rodeo on Linus. Linus successfully backs away. And it will be one pilot goes down. And now suddenly Leviathan has held long enough that they are now in position to win the game. It's just Boyka by himself. Boyka will get this mid battery. However, he's up against two. Actually, no, not Boyka will get that mid battery. My bad. I was looking at the wrong entire Titan loadout. It's going to be a 2v1 with double Strider, where 360 is the one that has to make the play. Great cluster onto the battery. Gets the Doom as well, surprisingly, onto the Ronin. Boyka will get the battery on the right side, and now 360 has to find multiple clutch shots onto both Striders, or a potential all-in on the one, at least force an eject. .360 has dashed out, couldn't find the shot. 360 needs to find a kill onto one of these Striders. He's gonna all in towards Boyka, and Boyka's gonna probably opt to pop the flight core here. 360, he doesn't have access to flight core, I don't think. So he couldn't find a kill on it either. He needs to find at least one, as Camp will run away from him. Cover in the mid is good. Great shot from Boyka. 360 will get Camp to eject. He can potentially force a draw here. He needs to get out of this hallway. And there he is. He's gone. And that is going to be a draw round between these two teams, showing just how even these two can be. However, part of the problem, I think, was that Camp kind of had a misplay on the sword core. I think he thought 360 was on that side, so he tried to go towards him because he thought the 360 would opt to aggro onto his North Star, but instead 360 was on the other side. But even then, the fact that 360 was able to get one was all he needed. He forced the draw, and the thing is that Sin City has this good side for now. 360 looks like he doesn't opt to go for the goose, instead opts to just play his lane respectively. Nookie is going to get hard punished in mid for half his health. Lots of members focusing fire on his particle wall. Oh, I like this. Sally is now collapsed on, but he isn't the full target for the enemy team. S-Gamer waiting in the wings, trying to see if he can line up a cheeky power shot. No, instead, disciplined. He waits. I like it. While he's sonar, doesn't opt to do anything. Camp opts to waste all 4 of his shots on the safe gambit. Misses the particle wall from Nookie, and Nookie gets a solid rocket barrage onto the opposing Ion. Sally is hurting right now. However, Nuki is too close, does get doomed, but however, the opposing Ronin does go all the way in, forces Sally to eject. So that's one up from one and one down on the other side. No pilot in play. However, Camp is doomed and his Sword Core has been popped. Sword Core for Sword Core. Camp might look for a cheeky melee, but no, 360's been caught by S-Gamer. S-Gamer's popped the Smart Core, and S-Gamer will be aggroed back. S-Gamer's been forced to eject, and that Cloak will save him. Boyka on the opposite end does eat a railgun shot, and he gets doomed, and he gets taken out. No eject for him. Camp on the back end doesn't look for anything greedy, gets a doom onto one, but he has to make a huge comeback with his pilot. Very nice job from Linus, holding block, not opting to try to find return damage onto the Ronin. 360 will find the kill onto the pilot, and now it's just Camp by himself. Camp will get the battery, but he's up against 3 members of Leviathans, and we can see what kind of magic he can make happen. A Ronin, relatively almost doomed. A North Star, that's a problem. And one other. Camp playing very patient. Try to aggress onto Linus. I like the fact that how spread out the enemy team is playing. Sure, 360 can support from a relatively far distance. The Legion, obviously doomed, no reason to fully aggress up. He doesn't have a battery. And they can just slowly chip down. Nice tether placement coming off from the 360. Denying Camp any way in. Linus is opting to hold block. Oh, nice bait from Camp. Camp causing the scramble. 360 has to inject, but even then, not enough time to make up the advantage. And that's technically going to be one round for the Leviathans. Their first round was a draw, but however, halftime's kicked in, the sides have swapped. It's technically been 2 rounds. However, now the Leviathans have the better side. They're going to rock the same team comp they've been rocking. Interestingly enough, the Leviathans don't have an Ion. Took me a bit to realize it, but they've opted to forgo the Ion. And instead take other Titans for themselves. S-Gamer covering Camp's pull, so instead they will pull the mid-section battery for themselves. Nice job from Linus, getting a little bit of damage, and now Bernadette forced to anchor out in a really awkward fashion. And now you can see, look at how many members are being corralled to the back of the map. 360's taking a ton of damage. And now 360 is doomed outright. Bernadette is going to be the next target. Smart Core's been activated. S-Gamer has to take an eject. And so will Burn. Burn, however, will win the pilot fight against S-Gamer. 360 is going to take an eject too. He got a lot of good damage onto Camp on return. And Camp tried to find a Kraber shot. Couldn't seem to find it, but thankfully he himself will survive. And Nuki has a lot of health to his name. Finds a good set of tracking rockets on a Boyka. Boyka, however, will pull the mid-bat and get his health made up, no problem. Camp's pilot will go down. And Sally will also pull a battery. 2 Titans. 1 pilot for the Sin City team having 2 Titans. Nuki has Salvo Core. So we could potentially look to make a play with that, or if not, use it for defense against Boyka. Tries to find a shot. He does find it. Boyka might be the target here. And Sally has been taken up in the air and taken out the game. Sword Core incoming onto Boyka. Boyka the last one standing. Linus deciding to block. Very smart decision, and because of that, his pilots will secure another round for his team.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Now,
Pull it together, six.
Leviathans.
Regroup, team up.
Now they're starting to establish their footing. And now they're starting to get the momentum for themselves. 2-0 is the score. If they go up this game 3-0, it will be a statement. And it will be the fact that Sin City needs to find a huge way back into the game. Batteries have been pulled. Camp gets mid. Opposite side has been traded. Camp, body block is on a little bit, but now he has no face. Sally took a lot of damage in mid. Camp trying to all-in Nuki. And now Camp is the call to be engaged on. Camp has taken so much damage for that aggression. He is, however, behind multiple members. He will find his way out. And unfortunately, they cannot seem to aggress further in. Smart Girl has been activated by Bernadotte. Sally is 1 HP. Looks like he's taken an eject for himself. Swordcore has been activated. Swordcore for Swordcore. Camp gets boxed, unfortunately. Linus still continuing to take the 5 on. Linus, he rotates out. Linus actually makes the correct call. He rotates out. He decides to leave Camp alone. Now it's on to Camp to make the play. Linus just being threatening with the space. I really like that decision from him. However, Eskeemer still has a lot of health. That could be problematic. So does Boyka. Camp the only one being doomed on his team. Great shot from 360. 360 will be able to make up the difference for his team in time. Eskeemer gets a battery for himself, and that's overall very good. 360 gets the kill outright onto Camp. Huge play coming out from the North Star, hovering over the top mid. That's a huge pick. 4-2 are the odds now, as both Titans are huddled into this midsection. Noki threatening mid. Didn't get the lock on, but even then that Sonar Pulse is going to set up his North Star for a nice angled shot. 360 hits another great shot. He hits another great shot. Tracking rockets incoming. Has to disembark from the Titan. And now it's Boyka all by himself trying to see if he can find the Ronin. But even then, Boyka has no options. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Get out of bed now.
Ronin and North Star combine for a 3-0 victory. And now, the Leviathans sit 2-1 in Grand Finals reset. They just need to win one more game. One more game is all they need. They have the momentum. They look like they were lost for a little bit, but they got the win on Boomtown in a fashion that they thought they should win. And then they pulled it out again on War Games with a 3-0 victory. And so now they need to shut SC out this game. If they let SC have this game and they go to a final game, I'm going to lose my mind, and I don't know how good their odds of winning are. So it's going to be absolutely wild. The picks and bans are rolling out. Or will SC pull the classic? And are we going to Game 5? They have decided to ban Crash Site and Complex. We do not want to brawl on those maps. We're not going there. We're going to Colony. We're running it back for a third time because the first game they thought, SC thought we shouldn't lose. They ran it back and they won. And then even though that they won, they ran it back, SC won. And they were like, and now Leviathans are like, hold on, we don't think you should have won that, so now we're gonna run it back again, and now we're gonna win. Do or die time. Who is the kings of Colony? It's going to either be Sin City or the Leviathans.
Transferring controls to pilot.
Potentially final game of the tournament. Leviathan sit up 2 games in the reset 2. Sin City's 1. Nookie doesn't find anyone with a sonar pulse, unfortunate, but 360 will find some opening shots. Nookie holding this right side against multiple members. Where is Bernadotte? Berna opting to take the Legion, sees Boyka's tone, and the tracking rockets do find home, looks like. Nookie landing barrage after barrage. Really impressed with his tone play this entire event. Sally has made his way up, but he's lost a bar for his aggression. Sally has 2 people poking him down. It's going to be Bernadotte trying to wait out these tracking rockets. Alright, tracking rockets have gone away. Now Berna has freedom of movement. Boyka has put up the particle wall. Has found phenomenal damage on S-Gamer. Hits 2 power shots on S-Gamer. S-Gamer just lost a lot of health. Meanwhile, the opposite end, Nookie is now fighting against the opposite Ion, and Camp has eaten a real good shot. Camp is doomed. Doom onto potentially, no, not just yet. Doom barely not happening onto Sally. Sally doesn't get doomed yet. No, Sally actually does get doomed. He takes the eject, but Sally has, I think Nookie might have hit him too early. He might have hit Sally. He did. He hit Sally during the iframe, so he didn't die. But regardless, while I'm saying that statement, all 4 Titans quickly go down. And that is going to be 1 round for Leviathans.
Pilot control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
Either Nookie got a duster because he is playing on high ping, or alternatively, he hit him too early and during the ejection iframes are a thing. Because we all saw the 40 mil explosion, but Sally didn't get goose. But even then, his teammates turn around and they make a decisive offense. All because of a bunch of small things. S-Gamer takes 2 power shots to the face. Camp gets doomed by a railgun shot. Everything is starting to come together for the Leviathans. Great opening by 360. He gets a nice shot onto S-Gamer. And he will take cover from these tracking rockets. He's not going to get hit here. He's going to try to see if he can line up a shot potentially in mid. Block shot on a Camp is always good value. Another great shot on a Sally. 360 is now looking like he's in the driver's seat for playing his North Star. Trying to anchor out Sally. Great block shot on a Camp. Again, any damage on that rodent is good damage. Breaking the wall as well. Gonna provide support from Nookie. Look at all this stuff 360's gotten done. He hasn't even used his hover yet. Is it by the tripwire? Unfortunate. Another block shot on a Camp. Another chip damage on a Camp. Oh, I couldn't find a flick onto the battery area, but that's fine. Linus is looking relatively low. Has to be very careful. Great phase from Linus. But great support from S-Gamer. Linus has to be at forced out. Berna is definitely going to be the target next relatively soon. Oh, he couldn't find it on a Camp. Now he needs to eject for sure. Doesn't take the eject for some reason, but he will survive. 360 is going to have to get out of dodge from this angle. Sally is doomed. Nookie is working on the enemy tone. And they're thankfully still in this game, but it's going to be very difficult for them to win. Oh, incoming Sword Core, surprisingly enough. Nookie is somehow evaded death. Laser Core from the other side. That's going to kill the rest of the team. The Sin City will even up the round count. Sin City, they continue to hold on. Okay. The sides have been swapped. And we're going to ride on this spectating camera. We're going to see what we can see. 360 goes into the sky. Not sure if he hit a target or not. Camp will take the left side. And his teammates will follow up, except for the Tone. Lock-on's on a Camp. Gonna force him to block and take some free chip damage. 360... Getting locked on by a Tone, not ideal, but should be able to dodge those relatively no problem. Linus has expended a lot of cooldown in this Ronin fight. In fact, he used an Arc Wave plus a bunch of his dashes, but nothing too bad about it. Ooh, 360 is kind of missing some shots here. Great shot again. Burn is kind of far out. He has to be careful here. 360 is trying to find more damage with this railgun, but he's just not finding the mark this game. He needs to step it up a little bit more. Linus looking down Camp. On the opposite end, however, it's going to be Boyka, the first one to die. And now it's going to be Nuki with the locks on the one. Nuki fires. Great timing by him. However, he is between two members. He's trying to find a Doom on a Camp. Couldn't find it. Sally has to take a reload. Here to interrupt Sally's reload. And now his teammates are following up, which is huge. 2 Dooms for 1. And now 360 has a battery. He's full health. And now the collapse is potentially starting to happen. Burn on the top with the pilot play. However, it looks like Nuki is still holding his own against multiple members. Salvo core incoming! Gonna take out one. Gonna try to find the other one. Great eject from him! Actually gets him on a dodge. And now he will also take out Sally as well. Huge plays coming up from the Tone. And now Camp will be the last one to fall. A phenomenal hold from Nuki will put his team in the lead.
Transferring controls to pilot.
This right here may very well be the final round. Right now, Leviathan sit on tournament point.
Come on, let's leave them in the dust.
Sin City, it is time to clutch up or shut up. .360 watching this garage angle. Turns towards Camp. Nice free chip damage. We will always take free value. Try to get the reflect punish on Sally. Sally opts to hold. Sally gets punished that time. Tracking rockets come out. And it's going to be a North Star for North Star on S-Gamer's side, I believe. Boyka, however, has eaten half already. Oh, but on the return side, Nuki eats a chunk of damage. Nuki has to be careful how he aggresses around this corner, because if multiple members are looking for him, he's going to eat a world of hurt. Smart job. Actually opts to hold this wall, but the problem is that Boyka's definitely going to come around this corner. Nuki has to take an eject here this time. And on the back end, another member will go down. And now it's going to be another member going down as well. Great power shot coming up from Bernadette. Bernadette gets a smart core. He will continue to survive for a little bit longer. Takes the eject smartly. Has to take the cloak. Pilot duel ensues. Bernadette will come out on top. Linus is still alive with a Doom bar and a battery. Boyka has to disembark. Gets the pilot kill. Huge play coming out. Go for the rip. He does get in. Linus with 2. Huge clutch from Linus. 360 gets over the wall. Camp follows. However, the flight core will stall out Camp's sword core. Sam Storker's going to run out. He's going to get doomed for sure. Is 360 going to look for the end? No, he's not. He's going to opt to play it safe. He's going to play melee. Camp by himself. Can he make a miracle happen? Camp. He's getting hunted out by multiple members of Team Leviathan. He is all by himself and nowhere to run. He will go down, and Leviathans will win the tournament! What an absolutely intense grand finals. Leviathans, they lost momentum. They looked kind of lost. Sin City looked unstoppable, but they tripped up at the very end. And Leviathans will win the whole thing. Unreal, phenomenal grand finals. That was some top tier Titanfall 2 gameplay. Congratulations to the Leviathans for winning. And most especially, special shout outs to Bernadette. This is his first ever TBT victory. As well as, I believe, Linus as well, his first ever TBT victory. And 360 is with his second tournament win on the board. His opponents being no slouch, Sin City themselves, top tier talent on display. Holy Lord. Cannot believe how absolutely crazy that grand finals was. As a matter of fact, we had a lot of crazy sets today. But my goodness, unreal. Absolutely unreal. Phenomenally played by both players. Like, honestly, everyone who played. Just, again, things were looking one way, then things shifted another way. And there's so much, like, so much back and forth. Speaking of back and forth, shouts to the stream chat with y'all going back and forth in there. Y'all know. Y'all know. Okay, all right. Y'all can do that. All right. Y'all can do that. But you know, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna do it for me. Okay. Thank you so much for that's gonna do it for me. Thank you so much for joining me on a phenomenal broadcast as you know, those two over there go at it. Okay. Thank you so much for watching some honestly good ass Titanfall 2. I got no other words. That was fantastic Titanfall 2. Absolutely top tier Titanfall 2. Shouts to everyone who joined the bracket. We had 6 teams of 4 plus subs. We had enough subs to make another team. Alright. We literally had like probably about like 30 players, maybe a little bit more for, you know, Titanfall 2 in 2025, no less, alright? It's been 9 years almost, okay? We're still here. We're still running brackets. We're still commentating. You know, shoutouts to, like, the players for pulling up. And shoutouts to, like, 360 running the bracket and playing at the same time. And Dino, of course, having TBT and letting us use it till to this day. 9 years of stuff running. And we're still here. And guess what? Next week, Saturday, we still have another tournament. It's going to be a draft style tournament, okay? Where if you're in TBT, okay, you yourself can join, put yourself up for draft, and there's going to be some team captains, and there's going to be 4v4s again. But instead of organized teams, it's going to be more of a draft. Be like, look at somebody, be like, I want that guy. Another person picks, I want that guy. Something else the community wants. So be on the lookout. Next week, okay? Same time, same Twitch channel, alright? Another 4v4 LTS tournament. Because LTS is a phenomenal mode. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for me, okay? I'm your host, Lethal Force, okay? Again, I will see you guys next week for more 4v4 Titanfall 2 action. Again, congratulations to the Leviathans for winning another... Actually, not really another, but... Yeah, kind of another event for themselves. As well as Sin City getting second place. With the fact that they just jumped back straight into comp and got second speaks to volumes about how insane they are at this game. and how many good players we still have playing this game. But hey, if you want to take part in this action, you know, keep an eye out. We're always hosting tournaments on TBT, multiple platforms, people who are interested. We host, of course, events on Xbox. We host events on PC. We host events on PS4. But I mean, hey, if people want to organize stuff, you know, we can talk to one of us. Might be able to make it happen. But that's going to do it for me. My name is Lethal Force. I appreciate y'all joining me for this broadcast, and I will see you guys next week for the 4v4 Pugs Tournament. Take care, everybody.